if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me?
Like
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you can get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruising.
welcome. And finally, PRX ke Grand Final Valorant Champion. Valorant VCT Master Stage 2 di Copenhagen. Ya, gak expect cok. Sebenarnya unexpect sih ya, karena gini loh. Full aja dah, full screen aja, full facecam gua. Ya, lo tahu thumbnail gua yang akan nazar. Kalau misalkan PRX bakalan juara di VCT Master kali ini, itu gua nge-tweet di tanggal 22 yang dimana itu pas melawan Fnatic ya. Kalau nggak salah, lupa gua. 22 itu pas dia lawan Fnatic. At least gua 22 itu. Oh, pas lawan Optik ya kemarin. Sebenarnya gue pengen nge-tweet. Sebenarnya udah nge-tweet nih. Pas lawan Fnatic. Son, kalau lu juara di VCT Master, gue bakalan botak. Terus gue ragu nih. Nge-tweet enggak, karena gue percaya dengan kemampuan PRX yang begitu. Wow. Gue berharap Optik melawan PRX lagi, dan ternyata Optiknya kalah sama FPX dengan skor 3-1. Dan gue berharap juga, gue kira nih ya, Fnatic itu menang lawan FPX, ternyata dia kalah di lower bracket sama FPX dengan skor 2-1. Gue berharap Fnatic lawan FPX kalau di region mereka itu kan 3-1 ya. 3-1. Oh. Gue pede nih FPX. Gue pede nih Fnatic menang nih. Fnatic menang dan dia bakal lawan Optik. Nah, mau nggak mau PRX akan mengulang lagi melawan Optik atau Fnatic gitu. Berharap seperti itu, dan ternyata dengan kemampuan FPX di lower bracket, wah, mantap. Dan ini belum. Ini udah mulai belum sih? Gokil sih. Oke. Sebelum match-nya mulai, gua 2 menit itu masih bisa buat masak Indomie dulu ya guys ya. Oke, tunggu. Apa? Lampu apa? Ya kakak masak. What's up? I'm back. Ah. Masak inumoy dulu, guys. Oke, ini kan belum dimulai ya. Musiknya dinaikin dulu. Kita buka Twitter. Ya, Jing kayaknya ini deh. Masih positif. Jingnya positif. Nah kan masih positif.
Came from a region regarded as the minor region. That shouldn't be the case anymore. We are the new order.
Mirror, mirror, mirror.
We went through a lower bracket in group stage. We went through a lower bracket in playoff.
Oh ini sih.
Into grand final.
Nah.
We might look chaotic, but it just kind of works.
We came here as challengers.
Belum mulai guys.
So devastating to be on the receiving end of.
You can go back as far as groups. Like that's you have to bear in mind. This team was definitely shaky, and some of the clutches he was winning, I think even got them out
Makan dulu
to
guys.
begin with, and that's where it's really dangerous.
Selamat
They
makan.
might be anywhere near this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, folks. When we come back, though, all right, we're going to have our poll results and our grand finals matchup between PRX and FPX. Say that 5 times fast. Let's get hyped up, people. It's game day, baby. And we're going to do this right after the break.
Up against the wall.
Oke. Belum ternyata, Be. Oke, kita makan dulu. Sebelum bertanding ya guys ya, karena belum mulai noh. 1 menit lagi. Makan dulu, makan. Sebelum dimakan. Yo, what's up? Thanks for likes, bro. Thanks for likes. Don't forget to subscribe. Oh ya, gua mau nge-story dulu. Bikin story. Let's go, PRX. Come on. Yay. Yay. Let's go, PRX. Come on. 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 Yay. Belum mulai, guys. Kita makan dulu sebelum mie-nya melar. Oh ya, ngomong-ngomong followers Twitter, Jason yang tadinya di bawah 50k sekarang berapa ya? 70 apa 80 ya? Mana sih? Jason Susanto 085k. Gila. Closing masih segitulah. Kalem orangnya. Tapi yang outstanding ya for second lah. Ngomongin agama. Let's go. PRX. Kita main Twitter dulu, guys.
Yeah, I definitely do. I do.
Okay. Tom, I picked my duo.
He picked his duo.
Yes.
And you picked
Yes.
PRX.
High five.
All right, guys. With that being said, it's time to put the pre-show to a close and get to our main event. I'm going to hand things over to Yinsu in a moment here because I'm on trophy duty. So settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between PRX and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
Ayo. Gua mau judi. Ya iklan mulu ya. True Idols. Oh, True Idols. Gua kemarin nyebutnya True Idiot. True Idiot. Track GG tracker lagi FL.GG. Ntar gue pengen lihat dia pernah lawan Fun Plus Gaming gak sih? FPS nggak ada sih. FPX nggak ada. FPX itu Wikipedia. Bentar kita cari. FPX kemarin itu dia nggak stage 1 nggak bisa, stage 2 tiba-tiba udah boom udah duar. Oh ini satu tim sama Angel Party Parrots. Nip stand in. Sugetsu G2. Oh dia pernah ke G2. Oke. Wah ini sih yang pengalaman banyak nih. Absolute Alliance. Oh Alliance inaktif. Ya pede lah ini PRX anjir. Pede. Ah udah mulai. Holy shit. Kelihatan gak sih? Terus game gue. Anjay. Anjay Masara. Anjay. Ih, pialanya kok nggak di tengah sih anjir? True idols, bukan true idiot.
Just a little bit, we're gonna have our last two teams take the stage, and the prospect of Tom, you know, a trophy is gonna be lifted later today in front of a crowd for the first time ever. It doesn't get better than that.
People here are already crazy. We haven't even got the teams on the stage yet, and people are already so loud. I can feel the floor vibrating. So I don't know what it's going to be like for the players, but I'm already losing it.
I'm nervous for the players. Like the moment they walk out, they look and they're like, oh. Yeah, that's the reality of what we've got right now. If I was a player standing up there, sheesh, I don't know how I would feel having to sit down in front of that.
This is different, right? The last 2 days, this is a packed house, so 100% is going to feel really wild.
Yeah, and I was speaking to some of the players. They can hear the crowd. Like, they can hear them. So you guys make sure to support whichever team you are going after today. But before all of that, we're going to talk about the maps as we head into the map select. We've mentioned this early in the show already. In this best of 5, PRX are coming into Ebola with the greatest advantage ever.
Yeah, 2 map bans
Bench
is
split.
so ridiculously good, and they earned it by only having played 3 matches here. They earned it coming through the upper
Split.
bracket final, and it is such an advantage because that means they don't get any maps banned against them. Which means
Ya iyalah, udah jarang banget nongol anjir, split udah nggak berguna. Absen. Bain?
Where are they going to lean? And actually removing one of the best picks of FPX and their permaban. What a wonderful
I love
start.
that. I mean, look, that's the advantage you get, baby. You go through the upper bracket and you go, I don't like this map because
Woo! Yoruka?
2 birds, 1 stone. Goodbye. See you later.
Yoruka?
And obviously, like you guys have said, Bind, we were going to see 100%. And of course, they're going to pick it straight away. If you leave it open for them, Vala,
Oh.
this is kind of their
Gua
big
kira
advantage.
Yeah, I think the day
sama-sama
before we
split,
said it was
okay.
a free
Never mind.
win for them. It didn't go their way against Optic, but they also didn't pick Yoru, so still hoping for that to come out. And then FPX as well, very weak on that map in the last 2 times they played.
One of the things is so far in this tournament, we haven't actually seen the full set of maps just yet. So I'm interested to see where that sort of counter comes in on the other side. And
Icebox.
I believe is one of the maps that we actually haven't seen in this tournament from PRX yet.
Exactly right. And that's something that FPX, I wondered whether or not that would be a ban coming out as well. That's something that we have seen, you know, PRX get rid of a little bit. And FPX is like, again, you've left it in there. We take advantage of it. Here we go. That's the kind of thing we've already seen from FPX.
salah nama tuh harusnya FPX anjir, bukan
If they get Bind and Fracture in the first 3 maps,
nge-PRX anjir ujung-ujungnya. Harusnya sono FPX.
Could potentially go either way since we don't know what PRX is capable on that map. And but I do think Fracture is one where that is the map that FPX will be able to flip. I think that style that PRX plays on this map, and we'll get it as map 3, is exactly the type of style FPX wants to play.
Pengennya map luas-luas anjir.
The greatest thing about it is that as that being map 3, we will get it no matter what kind of banning advantages PRX gives. We will have a banger map on Fracture. I think I've seen some of the most exciting games from both of these teams individually on that map, so I'm so glad it comes in, at least in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a map that PRX have also been sort of testing a few things, like switching out with the Sage every once in a while as well. So I think this is actually dangerous because, again, I think the way that they get that advantage early on, there's not really a map where I'm going, that is firmly favored to FPX. I think PRX are happy to play anything that's left. And while Haven, we've already seen it throughout this tournament from either side. And with sort of mixed results.
Yeah, well, Haven and Breeze are the only two maps left, and FPX, they want to play Haven fourth. Bala, do you think we're even going to get to that Haven? I know, actually, you
Gua
think
penasaran
FPX is gonna take this, so
si Benkei jadi cosplay apa ya?
Fracture's a map that they can flip, and then I also think that Icebox
Masa
should
direct
go in
lagi?
their favor, just because I haven't been convinced. It was PRX's weakest map regionally. I do think Haven is a problem for them though, and they will have to potentially survive on this map if the maps go in the way that you might expect them and they don't get any flips. So Haven's going to be a problem for FPX.
I mean, FPX has played every single map in the map pool here at this competition. They've had the longest road to get here. They played every map twice, and that's the one we're talking about.
Wah, Breeze.
The ones that they've lost, then you can be a
Gak
little
di-ban.
If it does sway like Baller is stating here, that's the one where we can have the pendulum swing back into PRX's favor if things do go wrong in the earlier part of the series for PRX.
Mau PRX banget itu anjir.
Map 5, PRX have the advantage here, or FPX?
I have not been impressed with the breeze that I've seen from FPX so far this tournament. I think it's been figured out.
Susah anjir.
I've been impressed regionally though, Tom. I really have been impressed regionally.
But I think if any team could deal with a Yoru, it's going to be the Kings of Yoru.
Oh, I like that. I'm not going to complain if we see a Yoru versus Yoru today. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to be bringing the players onto that stage.
Habis guys, Indominya. Iklan dulu guys. Ranking PRX jauh abis. Ini bakalan naik karena yang juara 2 atau ini 1000 3.200 700 aja naik ini. Naik, optik naik. Ini 2.400 mentoknya. Beban nih notification lah. Crazy Recon awal-awal dong. Pada kemana sih Crazy Recon? NA, NL, Sense, MEA, apa nih? Champion kapan sih? Ini cok, champion. Champion itu bulan 9. 2 bulan lagi. 2 bulan lagi. Agustus. Sekarang Juli. Januari, Februari, Maret, April, Mei. Oh, September. Juli, Agustus. Oh iya. Masih lama, cok. Ini nih. Agustus. NE. Belum. Aku berharap Indo sih masuk champion, cok. Tiga tim masa iya sih dari ini Indo. Ini Thailand. Ini Singapura. Filipina. Apa ini Australia? Ini Vietnam. Masa iya? Ini perwakilan Filipina cuma 1, Vietnam 2, Hong Kong 1, Singapura 1. Masa Indo 3? Gak bisa sih, cok. No, country regionnya juga paling gede, 30%. 15 orang, 1, 2, 3 up tim. Udah mulai kah? Wih, udah mulai, Cok. Shao. Shao. Ini bapak-bapak yang suka marahin anaknya nih. Kumisannya kacil. Gendut-gendut semua ya. Di pialanya tuh guys. Di pialanya tuh guys. PRX. Ya! Weh, men, kayak ada anjir. Ijing main. Udah negatif. Ih, mantap, full team.
These two teams have eliminated the best of the best to get here, and it's time to see which one of them can claim that throne. But the exciting thing is, guys, no matter what happens, we're going to have a brand new Masters winner, and potentially, Tom, one from a brand new region.
I can't get over the fact that you're going to look across the stage and you're going to see Benkai staring back at you in that wig. Like, it's just going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah,
Gaya-gayaannya. Ntar kalau misalkan kena headshot, diam.
And I'm glad you
Santai,
brought that point
chill.
up, because that means we have a truly global esport. I know it's hard to take PRX seriously, Tom, but take this moment seriously, because now we can say on the global stage we have a worldwide tactical FPS that encompasses every single region.
Yeah, maybe global esports will be making it to champions. Who knows? I'm sorry, I had to do that pun. You gave me the opportunity. But yeah, Bala again. Two
Anjay,
very good teams, and they've definitely earned their spot to get here.
No, I mean, absolutely, both have. PRX has just shocked
Let's
the world with
fucking
their
go.
play style, and FPX has gone through
Let's
the
go.
ringer of a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Ntar guys.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand when it comes to the maps. Again, PRX are in a very comfortable position. They've banned 2 maps out against FPX. Although having said that, the last grand finals we had, when Loud had a similar advantage, Tom, they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps don't necessarily matter as much. You are playing with two world-class teams on the stage. They're going to have a map pool good enough that realistically any of the maps could go any other ways. I think FPX have proven that throughout this entire tournament. They can even play a map that they were perma-banning before and still win it versus tough teams. They are world-class here.
Yeah, I agree with your point, Tom, but I don't want to understate this advantage that PRX has. This is probably the worst team that made it through the upper bracket finals for everybody else in the tournament. So FPX came into this looking at that and saying, oh, this is going to be a tough road ahead, such an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here for Bind, of course, Jess. Surely they bring back the Yoru.
Give it to me. It didn't work when you took it out of your composition. So Forsaken, if you can hear me, buddy, across the stage, I need you to pick the Yoru. And there we go, baby.
There we go. We've got it. But also, if you have a look at the side of FPX, they've also made a change. Shao's moved on over to the Sage here.
Yeah, that is actually a really interesting pick, because if you think about how Yoru plays, this is a guy who's going to try to get his TPs through.
Nice, Yoru.
Try to get it
Yoru,
up
guys.
Try to get it into flanks as well. So a lot of misdirection
Guys,
can come
Yoru,
from
guys.
TP, but with Sage,
Guys, Yoru,
you can
guys.
put a wall to block it from going through.
Well, that's the point.
Guys,
They're
Yoru,
basically
guys.
trying to make things a little
Guys.
bit more awkward. The thing that will be interesting is how that's going to work more so on the attacking side. Like, how are you actually going to have your same setups and same executions even that you had before now that that fade has gone completely?
I wonder if we're going to be looking at these walls against Forsaken and his TP. Then we have the Raze head-to-head, of course, coming out. Jing being one of those players that can traverse the map in a single second, and Zippin on one of his best agents in his entire agent pool here. We have players on an individual level taking
Full team,
agents
guys.
that they are well known for on the global scale.
Holy
but
shit.
the head-to-head, the counters, that goes down to the micro level now.
I mean, FPX, they know exactly what PRX can do here with the Yoru. Angel, he plays the Yoru. How much faith do you guys have in their preparation here? Or do you feel like the other day PRX played, is this a free win?
I have high faith in FPX's preparation, as always, but specifically about your preparation, I don't know if that, I trust Angel's expertise in that area.
Well, the agents are locked in, and it's time to get into the server. Copenhagen, give it up for Bren and Sideshow!
Let's get into it. Copenhagen is looking beautiful today. The crowd is flooding in, and Josh, today history will be made. The Masters 2 Grand Finals, two fresh teams ready to claim that title.
Either way this goes, it is going to be a new team, a new captain raising that trophy in front of a crowd that is fairly evenly split down the middle. I've been hearing them going back and forth for either team, chants in either direction as well. But this is not a case where we've got a strong favourite and a library if the other team win. And you've got potentially the most fun team in the game.
Oh yeah.
Playing against a team that's going to try to crush all of that. And look at this, to start things off, you've got to flash down into sand.
Full speed, a bit of stun. Straight into sand. Look at this already. Bit of a contact play, but the corner not being checked, and Chow! Oh, what a play!
Could you find a more perfect example of how they're going to try and react to this? Zipan caught out though, missed his shot.
A bit of a whiff still, a jump and a right click. He gets
Oh, no,
us
no, no,
claim
no,
that
no.
one down now to the 2v3.
Cek.
Positioning is all over the place. Angel
Wah, dia
waiting
ngecek
right
bener-bener
around the
nih,
corner.
Cok.
The pistol round can all but done and dusted.
And the desk was talking a bit about that FPX.
Selalu cek corner sih,
They were so ready
walaupun
for that.
ngeflank.
The Haunt comes over to Fountain, reading the push. And now it's all left in the hands of Benkai. A 1v3 that he
Ente.
just can't manage. FPX, they start out incredibly here, winning that pistol in a fashion that showcases that they understand how PRX are going to play this map.
Preparation is clearly there, underlying. FPX, they are that kind of team. Beautiful opener for Shao as well, just predicting that they would go for these aggressive type of plays off the rip. And not many teams have been able to contain the PRX Yoru on Bind. It's been honestly just full speed ahead. A lot of teams have tried to slow it down, but they often just get turned into mincemeat.
Another 4-player stack over by B this time. But FPX, we're watching them take Shower's control. Same Haunt. Gate crash going down towards Zipan. I'm sure Forsaken is anticipating his positioning. Comes out of it round the corner, but the shorty's going to get shut down. And this is where Forsaken is going to find possibly his largest challenge yet. Cracking this FPX default is going to be so difficult. And the way that FPX play around their guns here means that they're going to have an enormous advantage, or at least compared to usual, heading into round 3.
Kedengeran gak sih? Fullin dah. Aduh, ente. Ente. Nice. Nice try.
PRX didn't show anything new in that second round though. They have a very deep playbook on this map. But this is what I'm talking about with the economy. We'll talk about it a little bit after these replays, but once we get back in, you'll notice FPX have managed to get themselves in a position where they've got a load of rifles on board. It's 4 Vandals heading into the bonus round, and this is what makes them one of the best teams in the world at being able to carry on momentum from a pistol win. And this gate crash from Forsaken, you can already see it in more of a passive setup over towards a fast retake on B. Or just a fast rotate.
Showers control early. Spike going to be claimed there. Kai going to be backing away though. Has to respect the possibility that he could be lurking. If you see that Viper wall. Misinformation as well being thrown into the mix, and PRX might get a bit antsy here, might overstep themselves just a bit for that info.
And there's Angel just trying to mess with FPX's heads. Jing takes one, the stunned player around the corner, and Angel's not going to be able to get away.
Nice.
Wonderful work recognizing that. 2 players down.
Oh.
Immediately the responses there. Xiao is taking matters into his own hands. A bit of a nade into backside Zip and not wasting any time. Zip straight in. What a kill to find with only the Spectre.
It's a huge one, and it leaves PRX in a situation where they've got to play retake here. And Xiao's angle. Do they anticipate this? Have they thought about the fact that the Sage is in the comp? Flash pushes him away.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow, the player's trying to flood into the back.
Nice.
Kill's going to be traded out, but eventually down to just Mind Freaking. Not able to do it.
Nice bonus, anjir.
By Xiao, anticipating where they were coming from. That's the bonus converted, Josh. That's what makes FPX so dangerous.
And consider how
Let's go, ayo PRX.
Take a look at the replays here. Sipan just
Come on.
bouncing into the site. There was a snake light flying towards CT, but that's only Zip trying to handle it. And Xiao does amazingly as well. Currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team had failed to take showers in emphatic fashion.
A little bit of a boombot play, but the money's not too great here for PRX. Been hoping that all of these FPX players end up just funneling into them.
And I think the key for PRX might be finding these mid-round timings to go aggressive. Once you have a bit of information like this, is there a potential for some C's being thrown by Divide, for example? Some little set play?
Yeah, Mindfreak tries to swing off it, anticipating that maybe would have caught onto somebody, but look at FPX, the way that they're offloading this. The Stimmy dropped down, 2 shots ran it off by Divide, not enough, can't get that reload in action. And of course, the flanks being watched, Forsaken trying to just TP through. Jing does
Gak bisa ini.
Showstopper online, opportunity potentially.
Gak bisa nih yang ngeflank-flankan.
Play right round the side, but shut down once more by Xiao.
And you look at the positions that Xiao and Sugetsu are playing in, they're so ready for the aggression coming out on the other end.
Time out sih, harusnya time out sih.
0-4.
Harusnya time out sih. PRX
players wanting them to get back into this game, and it is rifles on board to vie with an operator as well. Perhaps taking an aggressive peek here out of sand, using the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Knife over the top. Going to be landing there on top of showers. Can't be broken. That's going to be good information game for Ardis. But there's 2 players trying to play towards there.
But his job is simply to hold on. And Devai, while I thought he might have gone for an aggressive peek over at Sand, is just holding this angle. And perhaps this is the adaptation for PRX. Drop into a more passive position, try not to get punished, and wait for the time to tick down. Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is the clock.
Clone's going to be removed easily enough.
Wah, gak bisa kemana-mana sih Yorunya si ini sih PRX.
Spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but the spike now starting to end over towards unfamiliar direction. To watch this.
Boom! Uduh!
The operator, Divide misses the shot.
How did he not catch at least one of them there? Benkai's still coming around though, and as the time ticks lower and lower, Jing and Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Rolling wanted to push them back, the showstopper. Not let loose just yet, but still the kill found. Zipan opens it up. He got leg space being gained. Definitely leg Jin trying to make the most of it, but again, the trade is there, the back of the side, Benkai. He anticipated over the top, Seketsu finding his mark, slow orb. It's hard to try and play through. And an easy enough shot, a flick of the wrist.
Wah, sulit.
Absolutely demolishing their opponents at this point, Brent. They've got the read here on Bind. And I think this is what PRX were afraid of when they went up against Optic.
Yeah.
And they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep, but a lot of their defensive aggression has the same theme to it.
Same patterns.
Rame, cok. Kayak nonton bioskop, anjir.
It's incredible to see FPX have so much success.
Lebih dari nonton bioskop.
PRX before. This is another grand finals where you have a team that's gone straight through the uppers and one that's clawed through the lowers. We saw that play out at Reykjavik as well. But this time it's not a rematch. And I think PRX are very difficult to play against for the first time. So major credit to FPX. All their theory working out so far.
I think they've got a phenomenal understanding of how they want to be trying to break down what PRX were throwing at them, and that's what this timeout's going to be used for. Try and work a way around it. What's been going wrong for them? The aggression's been getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah, and also these slower rounds, they've just not quite been able to hold on. Listen, round 5 there were many times where Davai could have taken an op shot and maybe stopped the FPX aggression. But he just missed the first time and leg shot the second time. Those are chances you can't let slip away against a team as drilled as FPX.
Susah sih ini.
They're going to be all over you.
Have to capitalize when you're handed those.
Bisa yuk. Soalnya si FPX ini udah nge-expect banyak banget.
The weaponry obviously a bit poor, but still Zipan taking a shot. The nade not favored. The 1-for-1, but still this is a
sayangnya hilang per secondnya, cok.
And immediately looking for the pivot off, expecting some kind of fast reactive push. Remember, PRX normally play against teams like that, teams that are going to try and react against them. Instead, FPX have just frozen. They hold completely in place,
dia.
waiting for the defensive team to lose all idea of where they are on the map.
Yeah. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it?
Benkai's
Hold dia.
at some point in this round.
Duh, ngantuk banget permainan ME anjir.
People are going to look for information, maybe with their face. Those are opportunities that FPX are looking for.
That's why they're so slow off the rip here. They contain a bit of it through. That's going to be the Prowler into the TP. Good information gained as well. Latches onto one of the FPX players outside. And Angel. Tablet in his hands there, looking like they're gearing up, ready to go. Here we are, outside Hookah. The utilities drop down, but there's the orbital strike to split them up. Pushes them away. The stun as well on top of it. This attempt has been slowed down, and Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds in this one. They need to be these kills, but it's FPX. Once more opens it through.
These players are just too sharp right now. Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock has gone against them, it's all Xiao. What's he at the moment, 9-1 or something?
This guy's on fire.
Xiao and Sugetsu, the two players who are holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Yeah. Unkillable.
Right, I can feel it. Momentum behind FPX. These guys in the grand finals, Josh, all on the line. History will be made on either side of these teams, but just a better read for now.
Yeah, gonna go into a short tech pause here as things get sorted out. It does give PRX some time to consider, at least within themselves, what's been going wrong. But FPX
push
with a great game
FPX
and Brent, I think
FPX ini udah expect ada yang ngeflank.
Because again, we have another team, PRX now, loud last time, that make it to the finals whilst only winning on 3 maps.
Kalau dia ngikutin pertandingan, Mystic.
So out of the 5 that they're going to be playing, 2 are complete unknowns.
Terus kalau dia ngikutin permainan FPX, itu sulit, cok.
Yeah, it certainly does. Tom made the point on the desk as well prior to this one. When it gets to this point into the tournament, doesn't really happen where a team is favored on these maps as well. You make it to this point, honestly, your map pool is deep enough that you can take teams, even if they are theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX played against Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic, you would assume, favored on Bind. And yet FPX came out, they won the pistol, they won the bonus. They're just incredible at keeping momentum going. They don't give you an inch to breathe, and PRX have only lost 3 key rounds here. The rest all anti-ecos.
Apakah buff COVID-nya menghilang, diaktif? Karena dari awal kan si Jason kan COVID menang, terus 3 orang kena COVID, 2 orang, 1 coach, 1 lagi manajer COVID menang. Terus tinggal Jing terakhir yang optik menang juga. Terus FPX nggak ada yang COVID, 0-6 anjir.
It's been awesome seeing the crowd out here for the first time for a Masters level event. We've been seeing creativity. Creativity and passion. The community is awesome.
It is really sick to see, isn't it?
And the first time that they're coming together.
Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well, finally.
To crown a Masters winner.
We'll be getting hopefully into the round shortly. Like you said,
Gila, rame banget.
PRX, I think. At times they found
Wow.
champions as well from the cheers that we've been.
Kebalik itu tulisannya.
They've stolen everybody's attention with just their play style.
I want to take a look though at one of the big feature matchups you're going to be seeing here.
Kasar starts game.
Being this raise head-to-head that you've got in Bind. Jing, Zipan.
Gue yakin PRX cuma ngeprank, percaya dah. Apa iya dek? Apa iya? Karena gini loh. Tadi pas nyoba ngeflank itu awal-awal pistol udah nge-expect cuk si FPX. Oke, gua hold deh, gua hold antisipasi flank. Oke, udah beneran dapat 2 kill. Straight kill antara 1-2 ya Chengli si FPX lah.
Obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of PRX that you expect. You know, those heavy hitters, Forsaken and Jing, really just all the resources put behind them. And Zipan, I mean, honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX, it's spread quite evenly. Normally it's Xiao and Suka are at the top, and they're playing the more supportive roles in general. But hopefully heading back into the action soon enough here. You can see this face-off between these 2 teams.
And specifically within Bind here, as we look to get going again very shortly. Specifically looking at Bind, Jing has been the one that's been able to find.
Masalahnya gini, Yorunya si Forsaken nggak menyala cok, belum menyala. Biasanya kan TP, flash, ayo gas, nabrak. Dari awal sampai ronde ke-6 itu belum terlihat sama sekali anjir. Tapi nggak tahu ya kalau di attack rentar. Sebenarnya harusnya bisa sih defender dia.
Similar comps but with a slight twist. And that's what you've got here. Xiao making his move over from Fade to Sage introduces this even slower.
Gimana ya rasanya main Valorant tapi pingnya 1 cok. Ini offline pingnya 1 doang anjir. Nah, back. Let's go.
Anything up their sleeves, obviously time to reflect on what's happened thus far.
And it looks like they're going to go for some short aggression here as well. Rifles back in their hands, round 7. You've got to hold the momentum.
Nah, ini mulai nge-push nih. Ayo, tabrak terus.
Going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
But just trying to trigger a response, a reaction out from FPX.
No kan FPX itu udah mundur benar-benar jauh nih. Dia wanti-wanti nih. Oke, kita mainnya jauh. Oke, back to back ke in game.
all these players, are they going to be able to catch this as a position they know?
Nah kan?
Played this way before, but the crosshair placement just immaculate.
Nah kan?
Not ready for E4, and even
Nah, itu yang gue mau.
finding it a little bit there to flash just to block the vision. The kill does
Itu
go
yang
their
gue
way,
mau.
but finally the response by
4 second ngekill 1 atau 2.
They don't think the Forsaken's
Aduh.
already up here. He had a timing. He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage will pop down by Xiao as well. Trying to stop anybody that would be on the A side. But that's not where Divine and Jing are coming from.
Can they really still play this one with the Vipers pit up? Sage will blocking a portion of it. The money's not good on the side of Divine and Jing. The percentage play, honestly, is going to be the save.
And that's a heartbreak.
Yeah.
You're 0-6 down and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic.
Saving lah.
And
Nggak ada
you're also
duit, Cok.
starting to see the PaperX teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too. FPX is starting to dig into that mentality. When Benkai
Iya pan.
challenge, nobody there ready to trade, nobody ready to back him up. All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PaperX. Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies onto Mindfree. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing is not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah, bit of a solo play for them, and right back into it, of course. A bit of a pause at the tempo. This time, though, it is
Time out lagi, Cok.
from PaperX.
Time outnya udah habis 2.
And Alex is going to be barking out orders.
And honestly, it does feel like, Josh, PaperX has been getting baited into this incredibly passive hold. I mean, you made the comment, FPX carved in stone, it seems like, with their positionings on the minimap so far back, playing around cave and market, just willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early to try and bait out that aggression by PaperX, and it has worked, it felt like, almost every single time.
FPX are never going to make a rash decision.
No.
They are always going to ponder and think and make sure that they have it exactly how they like before they commit to a push. And I think PaperX had the right idea a few rounds ago, going for a slower play, get an operator perhaps in Forsaken's hands, and try and force FPX to exec into you. Take some area of the map, like Showers for example, and just try and hold on to it. You don't need to necessarily push out further, although you can see a couple of pings on the map here from PaperX's side. That were highlighting the kind of area that Angel's been playing in when they take Showers.
Sure.
No players there looking to punish yet, though. And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage, but there is at least a rifle in Devi's hands.
And Jing could do some solid work with it. Honestly, at this point, you got to just get that one round on the board, I think. That shift of momentum. Maybe one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time that PaperX have been able to play on the stage together.
Very true. But having players away from them never stopped them in the past.
Rubot taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hookah. A bit of a flash and a play into it. Angel has to dodge it though. But Hookah control is going to be gained. Now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into it. Zipan is going to be satcheling away. Another one in play. The set himself up, but the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds an opening.
Mati kau. Ini jawaban. Wih. Ih. Ih. Aduh.
Angel has just pulled out the most almighty clutch there
Aduh.
to get them into this round, to get them favored.
Tadi winnable banget.
Can Benkai, the IGL on PaperX, do anything similar? Only a Marshall in his hands. It was looking so good.
Ih.
What a difficult ask it is. But it's not ideal. A bit of a jiggle information going to be gained. He's going for no scopes, of course. Perfect timing with the swings. Sugetsu takes the crossfire. Another one on the board. Brutal for PaperX.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel, huh? He gets a 2K in one of the previous rounds when they're pushing him at Showers, and then pulls this off when his team is in a horrible spot. Grabs a 3K on the site. And I thought to myself, Brent, that's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round aggression.
Sure.
They flooded into Hookah, and that's exactly what PaperX were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish, but not even that round has been working. PaperX must be scratching their heads at this point. This time, though, PaperX's players in showers have avoided the 0 point. Is this going to bait over aggression from Angel?
Aduh.
Angel! Who has replaced this guy, man? Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
Aduh.
It's everyone from
Aduh.
FPX. It's everybody. They can't miss a shot.
Aduh.
Flex on him. 400 credits down the drain to try and
Wah,
get the high ground
kacau.
advantage. Just down to
Wah, kacau.
This
Wah.
is absolutely brutal
Wah.
stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters Copenhagen. PaperX are getting shut down.
Wah, kacau, kacau.
PaperX keep wanting to land these big haymaker blows, and FPX just back off and commit to the chokehold. They've just been strangled out of this game.
It was a question that we were putting up time and time again over this tournament. That is such a nasty shot.
Oh, that's filth.
And Angel, I mean, this guy, don't get me wrong, he had a slow start to the tournament, but the past few series, he's leveled up, elevated. I mean, he's one of the oldest players we got at the event. At this point, the oldest. That experience, I think, just showcasing itself.
Wah, kalah ini kayaknya Ben.
Yeah, playing against some very young players on the other side as well. And Angel is certainly challenging the narrative that your skill fades away as you get older. It really
Let's go, ayo PRX.
It's a matter of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft.
Ayo.
And Angel has been there for so long, and he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone down short, trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel gets refused to bite.
Aduh, Forsaken bau banget.
Through the walls, Angel.
Whiff.
Oh, it's a dodgy one. The exchange of fire, eventually fighting it again, and so many of these outcomes, so many of these rounds just opening up with these first kills. It all comes down to FPX again. The slow siege, absorbing any sort of aggression, any attempt of information. And here might be another
nice,
one.
Jing. Back. Duh, nice, Jing. 3 lawan 3 yuk. Winnable. Aduh. Aduh. Cok.
Every play from PaperX has an answer.
Wah, res.
And now the res comes through and suddenly it's a 4v2. One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way.
Time though.
The APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. The rolling thunder to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so low.
Aduh, man freak.
You can't whip that. My freak doesn't find it. The plan don't denied.
Ben Kai.
Needs to survive. And it's not enough. Sugetsu swings and shuts it down. Light at the end of the tunnel in that round. But PaperX again, it gets extinguished.
Cok. Winnable padahal, cok. Dapat satu. Wah, nge-swingnya langsung cepet, cok. Sugetsu-nya nih. Suigetsu.
Time was so tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen a 13-0 in a grand final. But it's looking like it.
I mean, we said at the beginning,
Ayo. Belum ada jawaban anjir PaperX.
It feels from the style that they play, they're just
Tadi bisa anjir.
mixes it up. I was gonna talk about how slow they are in these rounds, but FPX have just walked their way through showers with still a minute 15.
Dapat satu.
Work with, but Benkai's there ready and waiting.
Enggak bro, enggak dimajuin, sorry.
Oh, bullet to the side of the head.
Awkward timings. PaperX just cannot get a read of how this flow of the game is happening. Angel right now in full control, the puppet master.
Yeah, you never anticipate that, the round 11 conditioning coming through. But it's a fast approach once more. The footsteps being heard, the season to the nades. Ipan around the corner. Avoiding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that ult, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still ticking.
Ayo dong. Let's go, PaperX.
4v4, but trying to retake into this one. Viper Orb again impeding them, they can't get through it. Bogged down by other utilities.
Aduh, di absen, udah, di absen, nggak bisa gitu. Nggak bisa gitu.
FPX
Dia
just
absen.
have a wealth of players who are willing to make plays like that and come up with the goods. Sugetsu still only has one death, friend. We've played 11 rounds and Xiao and Sugetsu both feel unkillable. And look at the heartbreak.
Rame tambah rame, Cuk.
Absolute heartbreak.
Watch partinya PRX.
And FPX
Kok tambah gelap anjir?
none whatsoever.
Apakah itu ada tanda-tanda?
Killing blow, that would be not quite, of course, but definitely feel the analyst that's going to be scrambling for opportunities, but this is going to be the
Mati kau ini yang gua cari-cari. Aduh.
The set players worked and Forsaken choosing to commit to the aggression now knocks things back with only one player advantage for PRX.
Timing banget habis.
In the tournament, they've been amazing in these situations, but this map has been a completely different story.
What is the response? What is the answer to this one? One round on the board doesn't leave much of a buffer when you head into that second half. Again, Zipan, Xiao.
Ini comeback sih gila, sumpah. Comeback gila abis. Hold please, Udah fokus. Hold please. Nah, duh. Nice, Davai. Balik Davai. Aduh, nggak ke-scan lagi, Bang. Aduh. Cover dong. Benkai. Aduh, timing. Balik. Aduh.
A bit of pace now injected. Xiao, wall in play, spike in his hand.
The ult.
Roll in front to try and deny, and that is going to be enough time. You just need to survive, Benkai. You just need to survive. 2 seconds left into it. And he does get it. The first round on the board. The final round of this first half.
And it's such a hollow victory for PRX. Not even the player alive to rejoice at the end. They are going to need a miracle to get back into this game. And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's send it down to our analyst to break
Masih
it all
bisa
down
ini.
for what we've seen thus far.
Let's go.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly there, Brandon Sideshow. A bit of a slaughter. Do you guys think maybe anything to do with nerves here, perhaps, on the side of PRX?
I mean, absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd,
Kayaknya panas banget ya stage-nya.
at least half of the crowd rooting for you. It's definitely very different. Jinx first time stepping on the stage as well, for sure.
This is so. It has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind because it's not their game.
Itu bajunya keringetan apa gimana?
They've come down the set and I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd.
Udah kelihatan si wawancaranya.
Two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves.
Ini mana nggak kelihatan.
And Xiao Bala, they're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything.
Tadi si Benkai sih, yang ini nih, ini winnable banget anjir.
More aggressively, and then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed it most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. PRX have got their first round. Well,
let's go.
This is the big thing I've spoken about, Angel.
Let's go.
The moment you put it on buy, the man just wants to be the opening fragger, even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man. He finds a way. Think about over in Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's your controller player. And you've got 2 of your other support players just popping off. It's an unbelievable performance.
Ini nickname-nya terinspirasi dari lagu Zipan Zuzuzu. Let's go, Jason.
The worry for me now though is that so far in this tournament they've only
Warnanya terang banget si Jason. Brightness-nya ketinggian. Ditinggiin sama dia 100%.
Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brandon Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how PRX can get
bisa ya.
into this one.
Bisa yuk, bisa yuk, bisa yuk. Menang di Easter round, menang lagi, comeback. Semoga comeback. Yuk. Amanin 1 map dulu. Amanin 2 map, 3 map, menang.
All the way through the lower bracket since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken.
Dapat 1. Dapat 2. Aduh. Ayo aduh. Cing. Dapat. Dapat lagi. Nah. Nice. Tahan dong Davai. Tahan dong Davai.
Snake bite off to the side. Davai
almost
going down.
3 HP there. He'll die to a cold breeze.
Positioning is not there right now. FPX. Shout to get to.
Perjuangan nih main freak nih, ayo.
They have no idea where these players are coming from.
Timing. Absolutely everything positioning.
Dapat 1, ayo.
The shot still being found, Shao.
Aduh, ngedi.
Over again. There was any hope of PRX making their way back in this map. Oh boy, scattered to the winds. That pistol round loss.
Shao winning another 1v2 situation to put his team up onto map point.
Tawan itu sikunya gede banget badannya si Brimstone.
Tons of 1v1s.
Aduh.
He's winning a third of 1v2s.
Aduh.
That is superstar clutch level performances.
Aduh,
that is it, the record broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of any Masters event. And I think they're trying to cut it short here.
Yeah.
They want to go home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
These guys have been battered and bruised, fighting their way to get to this point with substitutes.
Dapat 1, ayo Forsaken, you can do it. Dapat 2. Balik yuk. Forsaken yuk. Ayo. Aduh. Ayo, PRX. Aduh, nice. Dapat lagi, ayo. Balik. Balik. Darah sekarat. Udah guys. Nice. Winnable. Bisa yuk. Bisa. Yuk, bisa yuk. Bisa. Dapat. Menang ini yuk. Wah, Thrifty sih kacau. Harusnya sih menang ya. 12-3 ya harusnya ya. Menang shield, menang senjata juga. Kanan kiri. Aduh. Boom. Aduh. Nice. Aduh. Ayo, menang, comeback. Gue yakin, percaya. Comeback, dapat 5 ini. 5-12, ayo comeback. Comeback lu gila, sumpah. PRX.
Easily the best team in the APAC division. Can they dig deep? Can they dig deep in the series? Never mind just in this map.
Who's next? Popped off there, Forsaken, going to be trying to use that. Get a bit of information. Utility coming through, pinging into the corner. Bit of a body block in action as well. Flash it to the side. Jing with the satchel play.
Jing mantap. Nah, ini nih. Aduh, Forsaken move mulu, cok.
Angel got ult off the back of this. And there's 2 players in land.
Oh god.
Angel with 4.
Wah.
And this could be it.
Wah.
The killing blow.
Wah.
A kill not even needed. Molly over the top. That's going to be half on the defuse. Mind freak, an opportunity.
Wah.
No one's taking it. It's all down to him.
Da,
The shot's not found though, and FPX pure domination in map number 1.
Ah, GG.
It's an absolute
GG.
opener from FPX.
Wah, dibantai anjir.
People were calling blind an easy win for PRX, a guaranteed one on the board. Absolutely not. FPX
Wah, GG. Jason nggak perform, Cok. Lagi nggak perform. Jingnya juga kurang, Cok. Belum maxnya itu loh. Tadi harusnya dapet, Cok. Pas terakhir last round. Ah, GG. 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 Assemble. Let's go, PRX. Let's go. Valorant. Ini Ronaldo kan kayak CR anjir.
I believe PRX will win, and I hope PRX will win because APAC region, let's go. Hey, it's supposed to tomorrow. I believe PRX will.
FPRX. Full house. Gila. Di Indonesia boleh nih, Cok. Beuh. Kacau.
2006 and he actually won a LAN in Copenhagen back in 2016. So the man is back to win another back in 2006 and
Kapan ya Indo ya?
he actually won a LAN in
Segede ini, Cok. Ini masih J ini gue tahu nih yang trennya. (2021) Sentinel, Gambit, Ascen, Optik, Asia Pasifik, Apak. Gua mau Apak. Apak. Gak mau namanya EMEA. Gak mau EMEA. EMEA gak mau. Gak mau Europe, jangan. Europe jangan. Europe udah dapet. Apak please. Apak nyempil ya. Apak. Asia Pasifik udah. Ini udah mulai belum? Belum. Enak. North Airport. Booster. Bengkai, bengkai. Anjir, gue masih ketawa anjir sama bengkai kelakuannya. Aduh. 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 Aduh, 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 aduh. Ini pistol round PRX, tapi dia kalah di pistol round terus menerus. Sama post plan win, retake win, PRX yang beda jauh, 7% doang, 6,7. One man, low boy, the players, FBSR apa ya? RIP.gg. Oh, first blood, sukses rate. Oh. Oh, gue baru tahu first blood apa tadi? Sukses rate. For second kalah sama Ardis. Udah menang? Udah mulai belum? Si Buster. Ini nggak ada predik apa? Wih, nggak ada predik apa? Wih, Torik, si Tarik 100.000 yang nonton. Sinting tuh orang.
Dude, I'm like, I'm doing some crazy shit, dude. Like, unexpected. I'm flipping my monitor upside down. I'm playing my chair backwards.
PRX.
I'm not kidding.
7.717 PRX.
Make a tech pause. The game's over.
I
What do you mean
want
tech pause, bro?
PRX.
It's late to kick your PC.
I want to
No point of tech
PRX. I want to PRX. Gue predik di Tarik harus menang 7.000, kalau dikali 2 ya 14.000 sekian. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
In the last map, Jing went back to his raise. On this map, I don't want him to. His Sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is, after what we saw on the last map, FPX was so ready for any of that sort of shenanigans, is the way I'll put it. So if he's going to be trying to play like that again, he still performs
Let's
to a
go, Jing.
relative standard. But now we need to see if it will still work when teams are ready for it.
I do have a bit of a scary stat for you guys here. This is as far as I can see the way that it goes back in the history of this org.
Enggak, bisa sih Jing.
They have a lot of experience.
Si Jing bisa sih.
But out of the
Gue
times they've
yakin.
lost the first map,
Kalau misalkan
which happened 4 times, they've only ever gone on.
Kalau misalkan ya timnya kan biasanya kan si Forsaken kan bilang ke pas wawancara, gue lupa di apa tuh. Ketika timnya down, dia Forsaken ini ngebangkitin gitu, let's go gitu. Emang itu jadi booster juga sih, booster untuk ngebangkitin semangat mereka. Ada salah satu ya, yo semangat gitu. Gitu sih, gitu Pan.
I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox because this is their weakest match. Like, for whatever we could say about, okay, FPX, whatever, this is PRX weakest map. Whenever they're in a best of 5, they have to go to this map. It's the one that they do lose.
Which is why I was interested that they took the target ban instead of taking away an uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, ooh, let's get rid of 2 uncomfortable for us rather than target banning. I had either Icebox or Ascent on my list as being one of those 2 bans. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this. You have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Brendan and Josh were talking about how PRX is only won on 3 maps here at this event, right? So you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things and think about how that makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking FPX may have a chance, is because PRX looked slightly uncomfortable in the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing. And we saw it again on Bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually, since Icebox, they really do have that many different comps or anything like that, maybe they'll go back and it's going to be comfort again.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. FPX, they've liked to trial a lot of stuff here. But what are you expecting from PRX?
Weh, pick agent nih.
I think in the past they were
Tadi apa sih? Fracture ya?
Jet combination alongside the chamber on device. So we'll see if they stick with that or maybe try and switch things up a little.
And finally Jet lagi.
I don't necessarily mind that. I think the way Jing
Jet
plays
lagi.
set is very very different, but this also gives much more opportunity.
Apakah dia kaku? Soalnya selama dia pertandingan dia nggak pernah pakai Jet chamber. Yoru. Chamber Yoru.
But on maps where it's necessary for him to move on there, for other players to take other agents, he's been stepping up and being a quiet monster with the 2 to 4. So I'm interested to see if he's shaking off that map number 1.
He's up against artists though.
I know.
This man on this map, even when they play versus Fnatic,
Tanpa duelis.
unbelievable on the defensive side.
Tanpa duelis.
Same story for artists. I also think the KO
Dia nge-hold banget.
chamber on the other side. FPX will target your chamber with that.
Wah.
But they also have a jet too, so it's like a layer.
Agak sulit Icebox ya.
And I think that will be a difficult thing for FPX when both of these guys are so aggressive.
I asked you this before, Bala. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX that they could have that much prep, but they don't have that much prep with this Icebox here. So is that an advantage leading towards PRX?
I think for sure, like hiding the strats on Icebox is definitely a good thing, but also just that stomp makes it the momentum being in FPX's side, and I may have just jinxed them.
Well, the momentum was really building for the side of FPX on map 1. Bren and Sideshow, let's see if they can keep that up in map 2.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk crew. Yes, let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand finals, and it is FPX's map pick. These guys have been scrimming against Fnatic the entirety of stage 2 on this. They've been fortunate, haven't they? And now an opportunity for them to potentially go 2-0 up in our grand finals if they can carry that momentum forwards, like the desk was saying.
Yeah, and no one really expected them to be here. They are the underdogs. They believe
Biar
in
seru
themselves.
gitu anjir, nggak loyo ntar di map 3.
They would make top 4. But I think this is their opportunity to really prove it.
Wah, 4 second lagi PRX attacker. Let's go.
Just how good they might have been. Pistol round underway. PRX got to be playing with a bit of confidence here. The dash engage already on the top of 410. Forsaken. Bit of space being taken.
Oi!
To the side though, and off with your head, Ardis. What a shot! Right round it. The wall's already up, so they are going to be getting into this post-plant situation, but already FPX not wasting any time. The wall broken down bit by bit.
Ah, dapat satu Benkai. Nice, dapat satu lagi. Woi, 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 nice, Davai. Nice, man, freak. Nice. First round, nice.
Take a look at how this one goes down. Xiao trying to put the wall up in front.
He was going to do that.
But they had players in these post-plant kind of setups.
Nah, itu dia. Gue pengen denger suara itu. Nice, nice gitu.
That started to trickle out a little bit on Bind.
They're a team that really do relish the opportunity to play with that limited pressure. Just come here, have a bit of fun, you know. Goal.
Dih, keselau juga ya. Timing, bro. Ah, mati kau. Ah, mati kau. Belum tahu Xbox-nya PRX. Kasih tahu. Kasih tahu. Kasih tahu Xbox-nya PRX. Balikin kebantaiannya. Ini yang gue pengen tahu. Pengen lihat Jing. Sentinel rasa duelis. Pengen gua lihat ini. Ini kurang. Aduh.
Using the information that was given to him by Angel in mid, pre-aiming that position from Forsaken perfectly.
But it's an instant pivot, isn't it? PRX not gonna waste any time here with the wall being straight up. Xiao, of course, you're taking that fight to spray down. Not gonna get the second, but the damage is definitely starting to get done.
What an awesome punish by Xiao to be able to get one back off.
Spike's not even down as well, Josh.
GOPAY moves forwards, get caught by Sugetsu.
How do you regain position here? That's a good start with Sugetsu falling.
Nice, man, trick.
Bulldog, what a play being made, but now
Nice try.
the buy round of FPX goes their way.
Nice try, nggak apa-apa.
Control by FPX, especially from Xiao.
Coba satu lagi nge-kill. Udah. Nice bonus banget. Ini di mana ya?
If you start to break it, if you spam it down, if you want to try and get the plant, Xiao is going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at him, that have their spray all messy towards the wall. He's always going to be favored there unless you.
Ini apa, Cok?
Already you're seeing those adjustments by FPX, playing hard and fast to try and deny that post plant from even getting set up. Aggressive approach once more. Haunt onto the top there. It's going to get pre-fired, so no information really going to be gained.
Jing is going to be loving to search for these early kills, but it actually feels to me like Ardis is going to be the player under pressure. You see where Forsaken is, the tip of the spear for PRX. And Ardis...
Ah, mamam siya.
Expecting the jiggle and mamam. There.
Great opener.
And that spreads the defensive side thinner over towards B. Zipan's still got a nade to be able to work with. Try and deny the plan, buy some time for rotates to come through.
Prowler's just going to go to the left side of the yellow box with the wall up. Plan trying to get denied there yet. The fragment, that's good.
What an awesome play.
Yeah, pushes them away.
The underhand throw from the fragment grenade, making sure that it can still tack onto Jing.
Do eventually get that plant down though, and still Devi holding down this long sight angle.
Aduh, man, fake.
What a kill to find.
Look at this swing as well.
Ah, Davai, nice. Aduh, nice retake. Nice. Mamam. Goodbye, motherfucker, bitch. Operator OP. Operator dapat nggak? Oke, dapat.
Here to play now, Josh on Icebox.
Already finding some really nice answers. Ardis' aggression was a very
Dapat
crucial
lagi.
element
Der.
of how they managed to go
Oh.
up 8-4 against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what
OP kan?
FPX onto an eco. It's got to be the first eco that they played in the series.
Feels like it, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not keeping track, but one would assume, you know.
Yeah, they just demolished.
Up to top, yeah, that's going to be a horn pushing back that rendezvous, so has to respect it with a TP.
But there's everybody here from FPX. They're willing to over-rotate with only pistols in their hands.
Yeah.
See if they can gamble on it being an A hit.
Stacking aside, there was a moment though, Angel having to re-clear and watch mid just in case. Player lurks their way in.
Sao ketahuan sih Sao.
And it's latched onto him. Look at that off to the side. They know it. Now with the
Ah, kan.
positioning there, Shao tries to wiggle around with the movement. The play being made.
Salah itu Jing.
This guy is a dangerous element.
Nice.
Rattling it off one after the other. Not to be rewarded.
Forsaken's extremely
Aduh.
as well.
Really dangerous.
Updrafting, trying to escape.
No way does he survive this.
Aduh, 7 XP anjir.
Now the knife across the side. The plan still not going down.
Ngekill satu nih dapat.
Get into it, but positioning is still there.
Ah,
FPX
dapat.
over the top, Zipan.
Nice.
Into nest.
Jir.
Only has
7
to
XP,
go
cok.
reload against the wall now. He knows roughly where the players are.
Ah, nice. Nice.
Forsaken, a great swing to try and shut down
Ini.
nasty business they were getting up to.
Ah, pede anjir.
And that's an actually fairly close eco round for FPX. But
Ini.
Forsaken was never afraid. And I think that's
Ini.
the mentality they've come into this
Mapnya PRX. Bain, oke. Kalah. It's okay. Ya walaupun itu mapnya PRX. Terus Xbox mapnya PRX juga. Fracture mapnya PRX juga. Dia kejebak mipek. Ya mapek map. Kok mapek sih mapik? Seharusnya PRX menang ya guys ya.
I totally agree. I think it was simply a case of PRX's aggression getting countered in map 1. And
Seharusnya PRX menang guys.
But we know that this team has more than just aggressive set plays.
Of course.
We've seen fantastic mid-rounding by Benkai. Awesome lurking by people like Forsaken even, when he's on the chamber. And Mindfreak has been one of, if not the best clutcher in the tournament. You'll have to have that discussion with Shao throughout this series. So they definitely have the other pieces that they need. It's just a matter of putting them all into place.
Udah kasih satu aja lah. Ya.
Forsaken looking like he wants to monitor some kind of aggressive push. No, he's going to go for the double updraft play with his knives.
Play Storm in hand, seeing if he can catch anybody. Just peeking their head over Boiler. No bites. The adjustment here, you can see Artist now. It's tour de force in.
Aduh, palanya nongol.
Playing towards Beeman, that information, that jump peak. It's risky.
There's barely a shred of Jing's head showcased though. He's just managing to find good information about where Artist is positioned. There are so many different angles that Artist can play, but he's got to stay within a rough area that he can rendezvous from.
Ah, nice itu. Ah, nice. Aduh kunainya nggak dapet. Nice Jingnya. Itu. Es.
And there's your first ace of the grand finals there, and I think it's fair to say PRX have woken up.
Itu kasih tahu Jing. Kasih tahu gimana cara bermain Sentinel.
What a punish onto Artist, who had a prowler going towards him and no rendezvous online. And then Jing just keeps going.
This is that trademark aggression. Seen it all the time as well. An Artist shut down once more. The fight being taken instantaneously. A dash forwards and it's PRX looking to capitalize. They want to take space off of this.
Duh, hilang tuh pala. Aduh.
So far forwards. They are incredibly confident taking these swings, but that does mean there's only 2 players now on site.
So could get dicey.
Aduh.
Still could get dicey.
The risks that they've taken may come back to bite them here. Getsu with a Vandal.
Yep, picked it up, acquired it, a bit of an upgrade for him.
Apa sih dari soundnya nggak jelas?
Yeah, nightfall for a nightfall, traded out across the
Aduh.
board to swings again, but it is the post-plant setup. Mindfreak has it ready and waiting. The Orb Angel solo, and that will do the job. It got incredibly close. Speaks
Bela Jaka nih, bos.
Real power behind these FPX players.
Apa sih, suara apa sih itu?
They can make it that close even when they're on just those sheriff buys.
Nggak ada suara apa-apa. Gua reload dulu. Reload. Wah, ganggu anjir.
They're up 6-1. But you can tell the tendency is to keep going and keep going. For FPX though, their players can't hold the sides here. They're getting overwhelmed. What was working so fantastically for FPX on their attack side buying, this ability to punish the aggression just hasn't been coming through.
I mean, Forsaken's instantly updrafted and dashed forward to try and punish this Viper's Pit. It's almost like they were ready for it. And look, forced off the high ground, Tengkyuuuuuuuuuu has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
And that's huge info. Do they clear Shao as well? Not quite.
Oh, slight timing. The spam with the Vandal reveals him and Forsaken wants to try and take the fight anyway. Moves through off the ropes. A bit of noise being made as well as you step into that slow orb.
That's Benkai having to recover the spike.
Goodbye.
And finds a kill to respond as well and bring us back into a 3v3. These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for some kind of mid-round. Mindfreak has a position at bottom tube. And they choose not to get detected.
Balik lagi ke Ayo. Yuk, balik lagi ke Ayo. Yuk, balik lagi ke Ayo. Balik lagi, nice. Ada info dari Lil Jaka. Ada yang rotate 1 orang. Lil Jaka kiri aja. Nah. Udah lihat aja situ. Nah. Aduh, Lil Jaka. Aduh. Aduh. Ente.
A good response exactly when needed for FPX. Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round, being able to collect that flank from Mindfreak, the lurk through mid. It also immediately told them that it was going to end A.
30 seconds.
As soon as you see the Viper push through mid,
Lil Jaka dapet aja tadi. Enak, Cok.
And Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Oh, okay. Great answer for FPX.
I think you just heard Angel say as well, get the orb, and Ardis says, yeah, I have, don't worry. So now Ardis with the operator, moving himself over to green.
We've seen this in prior matches.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking about it, looking to try and pre-fire it. But Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a cloud burst.
Counterplay upon counterplay. The adjustments that each team is making. Obviously the dash was enabled, has to spend it. Moves to the side, and the wall is forced out early. Burst down. Not going to be stopping him. In fact, Shao's ended up offloading a boatload of utility. Orb on a snake bite just to try and prevent too much from happening with the rendezvous. Though back to safety, but the Viper's Pit is down. PRX want to be fighting over this one. A bit of positioning. Suka reveals it. The Trace is just showing exactly where he might be, and Device doing all sorts of work.
PRX are going to have to be cautious here, but they have such a player advantage. Try and fade out a little bit more counterplay is Forsaken there with a tap.
Where do they plant this one? Zipan!
Aduh.
Where did that come from?
3 kills!
What a play!
Can't reset it enough though. Benkai finally shuts this guy down. A menace. An absolute defining factor potentially in this round. And finally, a nightfall to push the players back. No sound cues online. Hardis. You're nobody taking this one, but Mindfreak so close underneath time, running so low. Could come down to absolutely anything, but with the horn revealing it.
Dapat. Aduh, Lil Jaka.
Shower's been so good.
Jangan. Nice. Tegang, cok.
And PRX almost let that one slip away from them after doing so well here. But their determination, it's just a gorgeous 3K. But throughout that entire round, PRX were determined to get the spike down in only one location. And I think FPX are already reading into that. The amount of utility they are dumping into the position next to Generator, they're never afraid of anything else.
Just Shao spamming to push them away, but now again, aggressive play into mid. PRX showing some different shades, I think, towards their icebox gameplay. Walking up. You can hear that trademark, but it's aggression once more being played. Ardis, risk being taken, backs away into his rendezvous, and Ziffin with the re-clear, but the trade online, and so is the resurrect. The advantage just turned around.
Cloudburst trying to get them out safely, and Shao is still there, holding a different angle. Surely Angel doesn't get that as well. It's back to a 3v3 with guns, I think, available to collect.
Gives him the
resurrect, able to come up. One each in the round, and that gives FPX the player advantage.
Walk into this one, and they should know the noise being made that this is leaning towards the A site now. The plant, no players within the vicinity to try and disrupt this one. But it is that player advantage. FPX are working with it. Not the best weapons for the job, but 2 rifles still might be good enough for them. A flash to try and clear through, making sure nobody's holding. Post-plan positioning will be incredibly difficult to deal with.
They need to break this wall. Zipan's running through, trying to make himself the bait here.
Nice, Delphi.
The null command drops permanently, and Jing with the third.
Oh, nice.
TP back away.
Oh.
To get to.
A slow,
patient approach. And it nets him the kill, it nets him the round.
That is thrifty. FPX barely brought anything into that round. And yet, every eco has been so dangerous.
Last player standing.
Sugetsu landing shots like that can't hurt either.
Just outstanding.
Look how calm he is.
Mukanya lesu anjir.
Throughout this entire tournament, obviously coming in late, FPX were playing with subs, trying to earn their spot to even get to this point. Buying time for Sugetsu to get here.
And none of their players experienced at an international masters before.
No,
but you wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
Been denied too many times in the past, but this fight could be taking place. The jump peak drops down. What a flick! Tavai finds it. But do they expect this one still? Crossfire, War going to be blocking this one. Zipan. One's going to be revealing it. Jing already taking so much space on top of his own wall. Moves around to the side. And this is the aggressive plays that he's known for.
You cannot predict Jing. And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake. Applying so much pressure before Sugetsu's even a fraction.
Oh my goodness.
And just playing with it. Playing with it!
Delphi keren sih, cok.
From getting crushed on bind to playing with their food on Icebox.
It's relentless. It's like we're watching a different team. No drop off when it comes to the confidence. Jing just willing to take every single fight. We mentioned it prior, this guy. Entire team of PRX mired with issues, players having COVID, having to play in isolation. This is Jing's first time playing on the stage here, and it's in the grand finals.
It can't be easy, but he makes it look it.
Out of my way.
Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX has been looking exceptionally dangerous.
Playstorm whiffing, still aware though of the aggressive play by Ardis. He pushed across the ropes. No sound cues being made, but
Angel's going for an ult here.
Diligence, yeah, off to the side.
This looks like they want to be set up for a fast retake off the spike plant noise. Here it comes.
Plant coming through, it's going to be the knife full, scatters them all the way back. The rendezvous though, and now still in those post-plant positions. Jing can't hear anything. Prowler, the entire kitchen sink just being thrown at him into this corner, but can he hold it down? Can he lock it down? Weaponry still not ideal, but it is the final round for them. Sugetsu comes through.
Nice, Jing.
It is good enough. Jing rewarded with that resurrect, a clean finish to the first half.
How many resurrects has Jing had? That's the third that I've counted at least. He just seems to put
Ini yang ditunggu-tunggu.
And an awesome half from Devi as well.
Absolutely. Analyst desk, is this what you want
Hi.
to see from PaperX off the back of that map number 1?
Tupai ular.
I think this is what we all wanted to see after what happened on map number 1. We're used to seeing the Xiao show, and who knew that there was a man in this tournament that can top the stuff that Xiao's brought us. Jing, absolutely incredible.
He's been insane. What a turnaround to go from getting stopped on bind to first game on stage as well, and then to put up this performance on Sage, who early in the tournament he played against Guild, and it was potentially his worst map.
He's not got as many assists, you know. Like, that's at least one positive.
I mean,
healing himself, how dare he?
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe less assists means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner.
Yeah,
That's what you call it. But
I
no,
love it.
King
Imagine
Jing.
ending a half 18-10. You end the half 18-10 and you're a battle stage. I mean,
It's just the way that they're actually playing, though. It's like he's not giving them a moment's rest. Like this in particular,
that
it's
was
just like
great.
you can't even predict that if you're on the other side. And I don't feel like a lot of this is like deep calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Yeah, I think this is Jing's great understanding of positioning, angles, and timing, most importantly, because some of these times where it looks like he's about to int, he is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and it's really, really fun to watch.
Is it in though if you kill 2 and then die? Is that in?
Absolutely not.
It's only inting after you've killed the second and then you carry on. So then it still counts.
Overheating.
He got 5 in 1 round. That was all right. Not bad.
Too bad. The man does well. Look, this is a stark difference from the previous map. Their pace has kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace, and that was not very present in Bind. So I think this is something they've learned.
Anjay,
They've shaken off a bit
Leljaka.
of the nerves as well. Jump around, you know, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage. And they go, all right, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to do things. It's looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side, though, for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind of swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from PaperX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back into this map now. I'm very excited, Brandon Saisho, to get into the second half.
We'll see what answers FPX have got for us here heading into map number 2. Of course, they're leading the series here in our grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. PaperX definitely rebounding with great confidence.
Look at Hardis all the way down at the bottom of the scoreboard. He was the player that came alive on Chamber when FPX played against Optic here, dominating Ye on this side of the map, in fact, able to have so much impact on the attack. And to me, I think PaperX just took him out of the game completely. Barely allowed him to play.
Yeah, one of the heavy hitters of the entire tournament, honestly. Hardis has been powering his team through many a moment, but it's pistol round, it is slow beginning, as expected. FPX is how they like to play on their attack sides.
Slow, cautious, spread default. But that also means that there's going to be 1v1 opportunities happening here. And Hardis is taking his headhunter over towards the jet in the chamber. Yeah, took a shot though, has to back, get the heal.
Yeah, returns it. That was a Prowler being used in mid as well, so
Jatuh ya dia.
latch onto anybody. PaperX are pretty certain, I think, that nobody's going to be lurking just yet.
But FPX are gearing up for an exec here. Looking like they want to hit A. Benkai's already read it, gets back into position, ready to throw his haunt.
It's about disrupting this one as it comes through now. The haunt onto the back. That is going to be Mindfreak revealed. Barely gets away with his life, and a haunt for a haunt, but Hardis through the wall. Benkai's found. What is that? Just ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly traded, still coming through and right into the snake bite. The trap laid down. Mindfreak, he's got all the utility to cut off any sort of attempt of space, and time running so low now for them. A jump peek round the corner, Hardis gets it. Mindfreak though, still that nuisance. Down to the 1v1. Spike will go down, Angel whips it around, Vasey.
Oh!
He's good for it. Taking the defuse as well and sending PaperX into double digits. And this map looks almost like a mirror image of Bind. A complete and utter opposite. FPX did get the plant down. looks like they're going to go for a force as well. 7 rounds to the detriment. You need to pull out something interesting here.
It makes a lot of sense. Money situation obviously not ideal, but it's about as even a fight as you're going to get at this point. You need every single round you can get. Lineup on point here. You're going to see this Viper Orb looking to try and deny some space, probably at the back on rafters. Quite close as well. It's not going to be latching, I don't think, onto too many targets, but maybe information's gained. With the Viper walls up, no time wasted. It's pace and aggression. That's the name of the game, Artis. Great kill to find onto Jing. This guy has been so dominant over the course of this map.
Taking him out is a major win condition. Mindfreak's going to come around up the top. They know roughly where Zipan is, and he still finds one. Goes 1 for 1 up at the back, and now Shao repositions.
This reposition so smart. On the flank just being watched down. Forsaken shut down. Can't make it happen. Benkai was aware though. Rendezvous, the shots
That's the escape artist we know and love. He's in, he's out.
Aduh.
Just like that, FPX. Come back into it. Clawing their way into the map.
But still a major journey to go.
Aduh.
But you can start to see how Artis is able to have much more impact on the attack side. Strangely enough, playing chamber.
1 enemy remaining.
Pushing in at the tip with his team, taking advantage of all of the utility that they're throwing. And his job is just to get those entries.
Davai dapat aja tadi sama Headhunter.
Money situation a bit better now for FPX. Really eco taken by PRX, of course, and you're going to see some dodgy plays being made. That is the
Aduh.
Shorty play with the haunt. Shut down, I believe that was a prowler in his face, but still close here. Ready and waiting. Is there going to be any sort of clear?
Aduh, gak
FPX are so
dapet.
diligent with these things. We saw it in the game against Optic as well. They just check every position.
The power of this team, always holding the crossfires, always
ente
knowing
banget,
which
ente.
angles they should be watching to help their teammates get into those spots.
Ente
Incredibly
banget,
good against
guys.
those eco rounds. They don't let it get out of hand.
But that's not what's coming up right now. PRX back with rifles in hand. Have an opportunity to tip the balance back into their favor again and stop any kind of streak that FPX might be looking to build. There's ults to work with too here. But I'm looking at the positioning of their players, wondering if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
Same similar default on the defense side. We just saw with the horn over the top.
But it is some aggression over towards A. Jing and Forsaken holding this area pretty aggressively, gives them the idea that there's no one really here.
Taking belt. We've seen this before when they played in the regional games, not at this tournament, of course. First time that they're playing Icebox, still a fight being taken place. The shot rattled off. Damage was done prior. And the Benkai, PRX, they're ripping them to shreds.
Awesome position that Benkai's holding up there on the top. Able to throw out all of his information, play a high-low setup.
Aduh.
Over with Divine.
Bau.
It's all left in the hands of Shao, who only had a Guardian to work
Jing
with.
bau tadi.
What a squeeze, man. What a squeeze.
A great round by PRX. Everything worked on both sides of the map. The aggression that you see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards Belt. And on the other side, your anchors, Benkai, Divine, choosing a high-low setup where they can spam down these players that are trying to take B. Everything in the game plan working here for PRX. And it's forced an FPX timeout.
Cie, timeoutnya udah habis. Tapi better lah ketimbang tadi PRX anjir. Di round 5 sama round berapa 7 apa 8 tuh tadi.
With Benkai and Divai holding to stop them even getting the plant down. Not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of B, but sitting back on site, spamming them down. And at that point, FPX have already used a lot of their utility.
Icebox is an interesting one. In terms of the way the map plays out on the attack side of things, I mean, FPX were afforded the luxury, I think, of slowing things down to a crawl on Bind when they were playing their attack side, making sure that they could absorb any aggressive plays. It's a little bit different, though. I think you need a lot of bodies, a lot of utility to get into the extremities to even have a chance of getting the plant done in these rounds.
Yeah, on Icebox, the attackers don't start with much map control. You don't have access to you don't have control rather of mid or either of the extremities early. You've got to go and take them. You've got to go and fight for them.
It's going to be that buy round on either side.
It looks like aggression again from PRX. This is the setup they had before, with Jing flooding forwards into the top, taking the rope. He's slightly slow on it this time, but they're still going to get that duo set up. And they buy time for them to get into position with Mind Freak.
Agresif. Agresif. Aduh, ketahuan. Aduh, udah diculik satu-satu. Wah, udah. Ini kesalahan. Kesalahan.
Shades of bind for sure. We were just talking about how difficult it is.
Apakah Ace?
A safe passive default on this map.
Aduh, ente.
Immediately afterwards. PRX need to scrap that aggressive strategy over on A. Maybe to the extent that they can go and hold pipes, sure, but not over pushing into spawn, at least not without a lot of information on the other side of the map.
Well, you're not particularly favoured, and look at how ready they were for this. Prime game went flawless, keeping all the guns moving into the next round. They just knew it was coming.
And there is a snake bite that's being thrown there by Mind Freak that might be used as somewhat of a tell. But even in the rounds where they don't want to go for aggression, he's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it. It's more aggression, actually. Mid of Forsaken again.
Yeah. This time with an operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
And this
Aduh.
The wall reset.
A headshot
Damage is done. Yeah.
But barely any damage.
Aduh.
You can't be kidding me, man.
How is Zipan getting 2 out of that? Jumping onto a box.
That had to have just been threaded right between the legs, surely. That had to have been it. And the Resurrect, of course, it's online. Kill Prior not even going to be mattering now, turning it into that 5v3. Risks need to be taken.
And Mind Freak looking to be the one going for it.
Again, FPX is so diligent. The utility to try and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mind Freak.
In a 3v5.
Also using the shut it down. He's dead, just getting spammed through. Slow over to
Wah,
the back, Horns on top of
ente.
it, Benkai. A monstrous task ahead of him to try and push back the
Dapat
onslaught.
satu, ayo.
Surrounded on almost every single side.
30 seconds left.
It doesn't particularly look doable.
No.
But they have the funds to be able to commit to this and still buy for the next round. So Benkai and Divine might try and make this just a little expensive. And Zipan is having none of it. He's not having any of it today.
Triple push over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit footsteps all around him.
Ente.
Who can blame him?
Udah dapat 9. Masa iya ke comeback, Cok? Wah, Cok.
Up onto the box to claim his first target. Let's take a look at this on the replay. Oh,
right between the legs.
Ah.
He just jumped over the op shot.
Sebat dulu lah. Ini kayaknya harus sebat nih biar menang.
Reset of the aim and starting to look just that bit more dangerous, I think, for PRX.
It absolutely is. FPX are now starting to snowball ultimates as well. They've been very
Nah, PRX gini nih. Taktik aku.
Oh, he misses the jump.
No strangers to these kind of plays being happening as well. That was a snake bite and a seize happening over towards the A side just to punish the orb being grabbed and Divide. It's going to be our first casualty. My ball dropped off, a fast approach, no time wasted. Now Horns, he reveals the positioning perfectly.
Mati. Ah, mati. Ayo, dapat lagi. Ah, mati.
Not giving him any options. Somehow, it's come down to the 1v1. In a blink of an eye. Forsaken. A bit of a read. The crosshair placement is there for the wider swing, but he dashes back, and now he knows it, but still, the noise being cut down over the top Sugetsu. Does he know about this repositioning?
Whoa!
Yeah, of course he does. Forsaken playing that one beautifully to take PRX up to map point. 12 on the board now, and that's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft, and I'm sure he's glad he still had the updrafts available to win this one out on the A retake.
Right up above, perfect with the repositioning, wasn't it? Sugetsu even managing to land a couple of those shots off onto him, but a thrifty win puts them on that map point. Again, you're starting to see that aggression in play. This time, though, the horn over the top, spam through the wall. Jing pushed up there. Expect this one right round the side. Nightfall pushing him back. Taking the fight right up close into them. Probably going to be denying the vision, but still. Right off to the side, and the team is helping him. Pushed up right here, right now.
Device on the ropes.
This is just absurd.
Bawah.
Top of Angel's head. Dodges back, but surely he's going to open himself up to an angle here. No, eventually backing away with the rendezvous, and he's just distracted. The distraction from the back mind freak. What an opening! What a timing to catch. And it's down to Angel.
I have the spike.
PRX, 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 PRX.
Fight as well. 86 health, though he does have the spike. Silently moves his way over.
30 seconds, Josh.
30 seconds left.
He might be allowed a free plant here, Bran. He's just walking backwards, though. Into the sideline of Divine. And that puts PRX back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get him back on.
Got a game to play, son. Even in the series, 1-1 apiece. The grand finals. Not quite so one-sided, and there's the biggest fan of PRX right up close and personal.
He's got flags for both teams, I'm sure. That is a great response. Not only in the manner that it was 13-7, but also the level of aggression that they showcased without getting punished too much. You had all of the same diligence coming out from FPX. Yeah. They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did at times. And yet you still had moments like this. Jing pulling out an ace, going for play after play.
Just outlandish stuff.
GG guys.
All over the map.
Seru nih, seru nih. Mapnya PRX lagi guys. Nih map PRX lagi deh guys.
Even out eventually.
And you just can't let yourself get to that kind of deficit where one eco round and that's it, that's the map. At this kind of type of level, it's the tiniest of fractions that will make the difference. And like the Des was saying at the beginning, every map is winnable. It's just what you bring.
Indo nggak sih?
And you're already starting to see the
Bahasa Indo nggak sih? Kita pengen tahu. 500 cok.
Celah yang bisa kita ambil dan selanjutnya dilakuin lagi.
Indo banyak yang ininya cok. Apa? Coba dari YouTube Valorant Indo 18 kak. 18 kak. Enggak. Ini aja dah. No kan, gue menang predik bos. Menang predik. Wow, menang predik. Wow, 14k. Menang predik. Ini gua predik PRX lagi. Tadi gua lupa ngepredik. Ini Valorant nggak ada predik itu. Ayo dong, predik dong. Ayo dong. Give me a reach, bro. Reach in Twitch. Twitch point Chorik anjay. Anjay mabar. You win 14k 796. Ayo. Gua mau predik lagi nih guys. Ayo guys. Predik lagi guys. Ayo adik-adik, kita predik adik-adik. No, kalau gue sebet menang anjir. Torik bahas apa nih? JWP. PRX. Ini apa sih? Dota ya? Ini sih ini anaknya Raffi kan ya? Di siapa? Lupakan gua. Siapa yang suruh? Optik kalah. Goodbye. Ayo gue mau predik lagi nih. Ayo dong buka predik. Ini nggak buka predik. Gua ada 12 kan nih. Ayo PRX nih. Ayo dong predik. Nah. Ayo dong predik. Woi, lama banget anjir. Ayo predik. Lama nih. Gue mau judi nih, judi Twitch.
But happy birthday to that person.
Aduh. Nuts. Watch party lagi nih, Nuts. Ya nggak ada orang. Nah nih, gua 320. Nuts belum begitu banyak gua. Nah, PRX. Tarik. Udah predik belum? Open predik dong. Lama nih. Dari Valorant Indo buka predik nggak? Kacau. Adminnya Nora. Ayo dong seru-seruan nih. Di Twitch 500 yang nonton. Anjir. Ayo buka predik. Ayo cok. Open predict cepet. Valorant udah open predict belum? Cemana ini bah? Ketik 1 untuk GG. Adik-adik, apa sih nggak jelas lu Ego? Efrat Gaming. Siapa sih? Nggak tahu. Gila, banjir banget. Chat. Open predict ayo, biasanya Torik sih duluan sih. Ayo dong. Open predict. Open predict. Open predict. Open predict. Open predict. Open predict. Ah, lama nih. Open predict. Lama nih open predict, cok. Valorant udah.
Both teams have fantastic site anchors. And what, by the looks of it again, we are going to get what is basically a triple duelist. I think we have to call it that.
Ntar nunggu open predict guys, baru kita full screen.
On the likes of Benkai and the likes of Mindfreak, because everybody else is going to be pushing.
Yeah, Device specifically is a monster on this map.
Nah, ini nih Neon Gimang. Neon Gimang adik-adik. Neon Gimang.
I mean, you have to be paying attention to that. Actually, that cost a little bit FPX on Icebox, was how often these types of timings were occurring for them.
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for example. The amount of one-ways that FPX, especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening again. It's a strength over towards A main as well, that they hold that power position.
Ini dia, 12.008 21.
Is going to be the kicker here, but they love to play off of it on many maps.
12.008 21.
Shout out to the observers, by the way. That was like a move.
Nice. Udah open. Ayo open. Aduh. Open, woi. 14.008. Predict, woi. Oi. Open predict. Bentar guys. Gue mau open predict dulu. Open predict. Gue mau predict dulu. Sama kali bah. Nah. Ayo dong. Iya, predictnya udah selesai. Tolong, ini buat lagi predictnya, cok. Ih, lama kali, bah. Woi, predict. Ah, lama. Udah lah, nggak usah lah.
The rotations. Oh, they're there. The nade off to the side. Forsaken's already in. No morphs. Glides available to them, but PRX is happy to squeeze any remaining players that might be just trying to defend their way through. With the doors open and wide. Angel's head.
Mamam tuh. Mamam. Bentar. Predict ini, predictoric.
Turn the AC up. Too hot.
Predictoric mana? Predictoric.
Game plan functioning. They have their slower agents moving towards
PRX,
PRX. Ih, males lah. Udah fokus-fokusin aja.
just doing jing things.
Sounds like the crowd's on your side.
PRX.
Pushing forward, although to be fair, he's doing the exact same stuff online.
PRX.
About both of these teams, able to carry that kind of momentum and the way that they were playing online forwards. FPX could argue playing even better.
No time wasted. Boombot stun as well. Shao gonna try and lock this one down, but Abucky revealed. Crossfire off. That's Angel. Saken's taken out, but space is gonna be gained now. On this side, should be able to get that plant off.
And here's another classic of PRX. Look at the position of Divide coming out for the longest lurk, the biggest flank possible.
All the way behind them. And the fight's still being taken. Tengkyuuuuuuuuuuu, an absolute maniac.
Dapat 3 GG suruh.
Push them right into the line of sight angles. Divide taking that long lurk all the way through. The marathon approach, it seems, to the map.
Sembalan apa?
Down to Sugetsu, he doesn't have what it takes.
Lele Jaka nih, bos.
Lose a couple of bodies in their anti-ecos, but they come out on top in the end.
Sumpah ini si Torik kagak ini open predict.
I think it's fucking crazy, huh?
I really do think you need to try and keep track of those post-plant lurk plays.
Sumpah nggak open predict, wah lupa nih orang. Udah lah, nggak usah.
Once they get to the site, is well orchestrated and has extra layers to it. Everything
Minum
has
dulu,
extra
guys.
layers.
See it all the time, just players trying to fill in those gaps and catch the timings, I think, when you're just trying to deal with the aggression up front, and no stranger to it. Here's the bonus for PRX.
It's not great. 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre, but Jing is 1 away from that showstopper too. Benkai choosing to get himself 1 away so that he would have the Rolling Thunder with the
Dua lagi mana, Cok?
Quick satchel play into the orb as well, make sure that that's nice and clear, but he hasn't cleared at the back of the side. That's Zipan.
Gila, Zipan
He's got the
tuh.
rifle, and he's clean with the shots. The lurk attempt being watched. Divide, they've cottoned onto it fast enough, haven't they?
Very early on.
Wah, ente.
A flawless response.
Flawless, Cok.
Maybe that kind of map, is it?
FPX are going to consistently try to.
Loh, tiba-tiba Lex-nya jadi 7 anjir. Tadi 8.
Unseen, unnoticed, able to work around that utility, that Viper utility, to anchor the site and bait the PRX players in. False sense of security for sure.
Hard anchoring, a bit of a counterplay towards it. You can see that FPX are already ready for these lurks, but again, being played, you can see ults online. That's Benkai holding that Rolling Thunder. It's twice against him, but now still has it online and now sends it through right into sand.
Woi, observer.
An opportunity, him and Zipan just locking down these angles. It's up to Jing. Moves in, but he is being swarmed, surrounded. They know his positioning. TP away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so low.
Wah, ente.
Such a fantastic response from FPX in this round. Leaves everything once more in the hands of Benkai.
Wow.
And that's a great try. Awesome spray transfer as well. But the same issue in the clutch, and it's the same issue to open the round. There are too many players in halls for PRX to get through.
Just ready to deal with it.
Even after they ult Angel away, Zipan is there to go and help Shao. And Shao only had a Guardian, and yet the combo with Zipan has just locked that area of the map straight down.
Lemes anjir ME-nya kalau menang.
Have the weapons this time, working with just a bit of a lighter buy, of course, half on it. Flash through into Samba. Shao, he deals with it easily enough. Mind Freak, though. Instant response, the trade online, the door's still open, and this is causing more than enough issues. How are they returning the fire like this?
All of those sheriff shots were so precise from the side of PRX, and Forsaken's going into spawn here, looking to try and close the gap.
Absolute madness. Artist shuts down any sort of funny business.
No fun on my watch. Not unless I'm the one singing. That's what Artist says. He's got an operator into this round. And for PRX in general, they have just been battering their heads against halls.
A-halls all the time.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Because in theory, it does make sense. You should be able to get around it. If you can have Jing
True
or
idol.
or both of them playing
Bukan
up like
kemarin
Dish,
gua bilang true
even
idiot.
3 players from FPX can't watch
Soalnya
it.
area kayak mau
If
huruf
you
T
get the
gitu
timing
sih.
down, it should be possible. They may want to try and have Divide purely playing as bait there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber, trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a season aid and then react out of Dish, maybe they can start to get something working. Or, you know, there is a B side to this match.
Sure, you could lean over to that side. Timeout to try and think about what they want to do. You are right, Josh. Normally teams, when they're playing this one on their attack side, you see those 4-1 setups. Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by PRX to try and drag players over towards A-halls with everything they're pumping into it.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3B at the beginning of any of these early rounds. Both chambers with an op, and Zipan's made the move over to the B site, now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, PRX are still content to send the same kind of pistol round look, where they're slowly prodding towards halls with both duelists up at Dish.
It's a stun and obviously exchanged. Prowler's being used. That's a lot early on from Xiao just to try and clear through in case there's somebody there. But it is more tempered and space has been given up. That drop location. Players are watching it though. FPX seem relatively aware that it could be a possibility, of course. Compromise, you've got to be knowing it.
Angel's getting a little antsy here.
Aduh, timing.
Refreshes one way soon, and I think that's the timing that PRX are going for. One way back up. Angel wants information right now. He's playing much further forwards than he has done previously because there's been no noise from PRX.
It's been cut completely.
Only one rendezvous is what he hears.
There's not a lot to go off, but with the Viper orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up. And now the showstopper play into Sand, cut it across, but this wall impedes it. Sugetsu, he lives! An absurd series of events. How do you get away with that one? And the pressure still being applied, the corner not being cleared. Angel returns back into action. 2 kills for him, Devi will eventually trade it, but he's left alone, isn't he? 1v3, picking up this rifle. The crossfire, this chokehold that FPX have got onto the site. Almost impossible task.
And with only 10 seconds left, he is not getting past the brick wall of Ardis. And PRX, I've never seen a Raze player get robbed so frequently as Jing with his showstoppers.
I mean, that was just absurd.
138 damage.
Tadi itu nggak kena apa ya?
And also a bit of a miscommunication there as well. Mindfreak not realizing where he
kena, cuman sekarat.
Yeah, and Angel just not being cleared out fast enough. He's able to get that value just playing in that close position, and still we're not seeing any sort of attempt at trying to lean towards the B side. It looks like, again, all the players
you want to play, let's
happy
play.
to keep up a similar kind of default.
Yeah, they're really trying to hammer home this conditioning. Perhaps trying to make space for Devi to work his operator in there.
Itu apaan, Cok?
One against the other. Tour de Force could be a huge difference maker. They're slowly creeping up on these ankles.
Ardis is going to have the better angle here if Devi comes close.
Comes down to these micro adjustments. It comes down to it, doesn't it? Just the patience to try and hold this one. Ardis still willing to reposition. And what is going to give?
On the other side of the map, Angel has this info.
Setting it up for though. All going to be scattered through. That's going to be the rolling thunder. And now Forsaken, the overdrive is all the way deep in their spawn. 1 kill found. Satchel attached to Getsu. You should not be favored there. Sunba still locks down tower, but he's being squeezed. Not able to push back the approach of the players. With the Vipers pinned down, it's looking like a difficult task. But
not for much longer.
Listen. He takes that threat out. Now he's making it work. Him and Angel against the world. Forsaken. Ult's going to be fading. Picked up a Bulldog. God, they still need to get themselves onto the site. Angel has TPs available, but it's red. And a satchel across. Playing it well. PRX, 3 kills in a round for Jing. What a way to win on their Thrifty.
Great stuff by PRX there. FPX actually read what was happening and had pushed 2 players out, Angel and Xiao, through halls. That's how Xiao got behind so quickly. But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive. It's one thing to know that PRX are going to push you. It is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Big one. When it was looking like, honestly, the momentum of this first half was really on the side of PRX. Or FPX, I should say.
But they found something that works, and this time Forsaken Divide getting very quickly past the one-way smoke, making sure they hold for any kind of setup. I'm not sure what their plan was if they got hit by the paranoia here, maybe just to flee. But at this point, Angel's missed his opportunity.
Moving it back, I mean, he's still holding close to the wall.
It's awkward, though. It's awkward positionings from the FPX players. Angel might just end up running into Jing.
Stun coming through. Jing trying to take the timing. He's given free reign there at Dish.
There.
Misses the opportunity, though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic. Mid-round Viper's Pit popped onto the A site. A little bit of sound bait here from PRX as they try and make it sound like they're going over towards B. Or is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate PRX are still going to try and fight through this.
Needs to be watched now. You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a connection. Forsaken moves forward. It's a fast lane to split it up, but this is a difficult one again to deal with up close and personal. Sugetsu on the high ground, and the Viper's Pit remains intact.
30 seconds.
And it has to be a pivot. It has to be an adjustment.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're going to go... No, thinking about going over the ropes. There really is indecision. Littering the camp of PRX right now. Benkai normally so good in these mid-round decisions.
A tour de force as well, a dodge to the side. Ardis, he could shut this down single-handedly. Holding behind it, dies, the shot is found! And the slow field placed across. The showstopper is the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for PRX to find their way back in.
And Divide, the silver lining to this catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online. But FPX immediately rip back control into their camp.
Jing salong nag-jump
so
situ,
difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B, with inside his Viper's Pit, and Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
There's really no way to clear out Sugetsu when he plays back against the wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down, hammered by utility. Has to keep giving up these early fights, but he wants to force another.
No way!
And what is that shot?
What a flick in the angle. Watch Divide. He's got his back. Oh, this is just once more relentless. Forsaken though this time. Put off the gas, now the Satchel play onto the side. It's up to Zipan to see if he can lock this one down. He knows slowly being squeezed with the positioning, and the timing was everything.
And it was perfect.
Wah, telat flashnya.
Ardis rattling off almost everything in his
Telat
clip
flashnya.
there. The headhunter finding it though, still it is a 2v3. Sugetsu, what a kill to find on the
Antara telat dan kecepatan.
The refight into this Divide with the shot though, down to Ardis.
Kecepatan si Forsaken.
And with only an operator in hand. This one doesn't look doable.
Lah, ngapain anjir?
Rendezvous in to donate the op.
Ngapain anjir?
Just thinking that he was inside the other totem there. PRX managed to claw one back. Look at this shot from Forsaken.
What is that?
That's filth. Absolute filth. Divide as well, sneaking an op shot underneath. Look at the face on Angel.
Also, they had a great read, I think, of how to disrupt that one. The players are up close and personal. The paranoia was skirted across. But do you really anticipate Forsaken to just be sliding and gliding across the floor, cutting up the crosshair placement, immediately retaking that space?
And I think the other point to note is that from FPX's point of view, the team that's now taking a tactical timeout, there was nothing wrong there tactically. The guy just hit a crazy shot. And that's what you're going to get with PRX sometimes. Jing and Forsaken in particular are so talented. They've been able to turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showings at the International Masters events, and shock people with how talented, how skilled they both are. Forsaken obviously for quite a bit longer.
When they play with that pure whimsy, man, it sometimes carries them. Moments of brilliance, something to just even out the rounds, and what a map we've had so far.
But they are going to need to keep pulling off those miraculous shots, because from a strategical point of view, things are not going so well for PRX. But an attempt to brute force it might just work if you have the force.
Still leaning over towards it. I mean, it's just absolutely outlandish behavior. The double satchel in the showstopper. Rip through, trademark. Oh, Slowfield's going to be throwing a wrench into the plan, I think. Just trying to clear their way through with the flash. The fast lane, the players off-site Shadow. Almost right around this corner, and the timing here could be everything for them.
Forsaken's going to plant in a position where Mindfreak has those snakebite lineups. So now, possibly for the first time, we get to see the PRX post plan. And how do FPX deal with it? Are they going to go for something quick? They've denied Dish. Actually, Mindfreak's not going to, because he was looking to go for a mad wraparound.
Aghann! The Horn is just lighting this guy up, and somehow he still lives. Alive, but for a moment, Zipper will eventually deal with him, but it is just Hall's control. That's all the PRX are dealing with. It makes it hard for them to try and push back this one, but it looks like they've got a setup to deal with it. Control being gained, Divide with the operator, opening after opening with the nade sent flying. Nobody can get onto this one. Rattle it off and flick to the side. Divide eventually shut down by the snake bite. Sugetsu weakened, no more time, has to stick it. And it's
Ini yang terakhir, Mindfreak.
There you see the power of the PRX post plan. Mindfreak was actually thinking of going for a big wraparound flank through B, and instead countercalled by somebody on his team. Just
Somebody.
Look at that shot from Divide. Divide's really woken up in this game. Determined to take his team deeper and deeper, hoist the trophy. And now, after that insane run from FPX, it's PRX that are in control and looking to take a sixth.
The economy's on their side. The flash to the side and all of that conditioning still. It's a bit of a gamble with players leaning over here, but Arcade is being played for. Satchel play right up close. Forsaken's moving through. This is a little bit more with the fast lane. Artis plays inside of it, and guess what? Sugetsu's still in tower. Still locks it down despite the fact he's being pressured from the back there. Jing ended up sending in his nade in this
Jing.
He just knows it's coming.
And Sugetsu has the spike as well. It is so difficult to try and retrieve that. And even more difficult now.
Good luck.
Potentially impossible. Mindfreak and Divide in such a rotten position.
Aduh, susah.
Collecting that one there onto Mindfreak. Divide going to take quite a bit more for him to find an edge. Every shot whipping, and eventually Sugetsu comes out to bail out his teammate. The thrifty win.
Susah.
These anti-ecos have been a real problem for PRX. Even when they haven't lost them, they've come extremely close. And now it's PRX going from having a booming economy to none at all. Oh, let's say none. They've still got something going. But Sugetsu is the playmaker, the master there. It is a well-known IGL strategy. On eco rounds, or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other site. Keep them guessing, don't always hit A. But completely failed there. Angel rotated instantly, Zipan pushed out Dish. They just knew they were going B.
Stun's going to be revealing quite a lot there, but this time it is on the B side of things. Mindfreak. See where this one lands. Supplementing the rest of this push now right onto the top of stairs. So it's going to be pushed forwards, and I think the goal there to try and push him forwards into the aftershock. They've already taken tower, but look at that crosshair placement. This guy is impeccable.
What a monster! Making a serious case for MVP in this tournament. And in this map, finally gets taken out by Forsaken, who goes for a slide play.
One after the other, the plays just keep happening. The shots are rattled off. Back and forth.
Lila Jaka nih, bos. Lila Jaka nih, bos.
Operator. The Viper's pin in the choke.
And you have to go for it. It's the final round of the half. Either way, FPX have 6. Question is whether Hardis can put them out to a major advantage. This would be an outrageous clutch if he could pull it off. If he could find the timing, and it's just not quite there.
Not quite there. PRX even it out in the end this first half. So back and forth. We mentioned at the beginning, Josh, the importance of this one to get that edge in this series, your grand finals of Masters 2 Copenhagen.
And every other Masters final that we've had the pleasure of watching has been a one-sided affair. This is the first time where a team's taken a map and then we go into a third and it's close on either side. I mean, Copenhagen, you are getting a treat today.
What a match to have.
For
The
this,
crowd
mate.
here watching. Let's send it down to the analysts to break it down so far, what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but one-sided, both teams showing up. And it does come down a lot to the Rave players. Jing and Zip and Tom, they're having a hell of a head-to-head.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them, it was like Jing blast packing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Ray's players on map of Fracture is just so incredibly important. There's power positions. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for PRX, and then Zipan came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take the space, and unfortunately there was so many moments where Jing's showstopper just didn't find any value. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and I thought that they might go on a mad run, but instead, they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Hall's position, being able to shut down the fast push. And then PRX just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Devi, like some of the operator shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning them around with a shorty. Like, it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team going into it. That's where my head is ever so slightly.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the way into OT. Brandon Sideshow, what do you think about that?
I only hope we'd be so lucky, I think, Sue.
But we're heading into the half now, where FPX managed to completely neutralize Optic's Neon aggression. And that I think is going to be the big question here. For the rest of Fracture, are the set plays on defense that PRX love running, are these crunch plays going to actually find value? And I think we might get the answer very shortly.
They're just holding for it. There were pings on the map, that was for the fault line. The angle, but look at this positioning, this crossfire. 3 players watching it, just the angle still. Stuns off to the side, Artis in the back, Headhunter.
That I think is going to be the
one
big
after the other.
For the rest of Fracture.
Not the cleanest shots in the world, but it doesn't matter.
Plays on defense that Benkai has to limp away. 13 health crunch play. A failed venture completely there. Maybe Mindfreak can save something though.
Over the top reveals his position. Still a kill being found.
Devi's worried about being pushed from the other angle. He does have a little bit of space to work with. But Ardis pushes even deeper.
Nice, Devi.
In the back, 1v2.
How do you deal with this one, Devi? Hopping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to capitalize off of this, but it's a double face. Have to be careful. The 1-2 shot, the damage is done. 2 HP in a dream, and it's not enough for him. Pissed around for FPX to claw any sort of advantage coming into this map, into the second half of Fracture.
And the way that PRX like to play on the defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating on the pistol again. The same thing we saw on Bind from on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from and set up with ultra disciplined crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PRX are not bothered about it though, they're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression. Trying to control the north side of the map. Meanwhile, FPX is starting out looking at tunnel, looking at taking stairs.
This is honestly, again, a bit of a hard read, I think, from FPX. The preparation coming into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
And what a boom bot. That one actually notifies them that somebody's pushed out arcade.
But still, how do you deal with Divine?
Hello?
Observer. Players over across the ropes there.
Observer, halo. Halo, observer, halo. Aduh, diculik satu.
Evens it out now, 3v3.
Man freak, jangan.
Xiao gets every
nice
to take
timing.
them out of dangerous situations.
No.
No.
It's absolutely
everything.
Dapat. The right click. You have got to be kidding me. How are you getting away with this one, Zipan? Bit of a retreat, finds a shot. Now one shot to the head, but Xiao shuts it down. It got hairy, it got dicey. But Xiao is good for it.
Guardian v Guardian in the final moments. Divine finding impact though. 2 headhunter kills that just came out of nowhere, whistling himself up to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Xiao though. Just before this, Jing had caught it, or rather, yeah, there. Forsaken swings, Jing swings afterwards. Why no double face? Why not try to take out Xiao? You let him live to clutch the round. You can't allow that. At least PRX did enough damage to stop these bonus rounds that have been carrying carrying FPX's aggression through. Normally in round 15, PRX have rifles to work with, bulldogs, everything. This time, only the 2 from Angel and Xiao.
Zipan just hoping somebody gets up close and personal with him.
FPX have got to assume in these kind of rounds that bridge, the north side of the
Dua
map, is taken.
If
they don't have somebody up there giving them information, you can't assume that PRX have decided not to push.
It's really clear. The timing here, shots exchanged. But it is that double face. You have to be so careful here if you are Forsaken. Smoke drop down, blocks it still. And now the contact once more. FPX are hoping that, again, that patented PRX aggression, the way that they play, might just be working out in FPX.
Nice.
This time though, it strikes for him.
Aduh.
Satchel body blocked. Aggression not really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire all the way back. But now 30 seconds in the round.
And PRX have prodded, taken map control, and not overpushed this time. The time pressure is becoming an issue for
Nice.
The rifle, the shots, just perfection.
Ayo lo. Dikasih. Kasih tahu PRX.
That's a bonus round where FPX came into it without too many weapons, but they're still going to be able to have a deadly one, a deadly buy this time to follow up. And I like the way that PRX approach that defensive aggression.
Satu,
They go aggressive
dua.
and take the top side of the map,
Anjay.
but they don't overface. They're not trying to force the issue. They're just slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
Ensuring that they don't give away any free kills, easy ones still. That's a TP forwards. Horns over the top and a bit of spam through. Play cooked up, Angel. He's so deep there. Into dish, he gets rewarded with the kill as well, but this is a battle on multiple fronts. Xiao pushed up close, right to the side. The satchel play, and listen, I don't blame you. You missed a bit of the action there. That was just pure pandemonium on multiple sections of the map.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually. They push out of arcade and barrel forwards. I thought the round might be over for FPX because Xiao had the spike alone.
Enemy remaining.
But Jing just double blast back past him, unable to do anything. And manages to land himself, Jing that is, lands himself in a nice tasty specimen for the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
Ininya.
2 round lead, a horn just ever so slightly missing.
That might make FPX a little cautious. Usually PRX are playing around dish, this time not. Going for another peek that Zipan is ready for.
And this is just shades of bind, I think, at this point, Josh. No charges. The aggression, again, you know what to anticipate with this coming from PRX. When they're running the double duelist with the neon on the raise, you know they're going to be trying to take control, making risky plays. A bit of a double satchel there, now to Nightfall. Push them back, he does get good information, they know that there's a player there, but now the response, Rolling Thunder. Viper Wall going to be blocking them. No more
Wah,
sound. Double
kacau.
stunned up into
Wah,
tower to try and find
kacau.
it. But again, the crossfire just watching.
Ayo, aduh.
Just
Oh.
aggression coming towards them. And the lead getting steadily bigger and bigger for them.
And FPX just look untouchable in these attack sides. It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to mount some level of a comeback. But here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts. That might be the first time I've seen the Sugetsu pop off.
Yeah.
Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
Passion definitely going through here. The crowd as well playing a huge part of this one. The cheers, reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that PaperX cook up, every time they want to dash forwards and go for something off kilter, every time they have a set play, it's just getting crushed.
Watchful. Look at this with the PaperX timeout. Stubros is doing most of the speaking, isn't he?
And I think FPX have a good idea of how they want to be holding this. One thing we haven't necessarily seen just yet is PaperX going aggressive out of tree and trying to crunch the players on the south side of the map. It's where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people from, with Angel looking towards tree. Angel likes to do the TP behind the box, as you can see him setting up for that on the minimap right now. If you have a read that he's going to be there and utility to stun him up, maybe PaperX can cook up some kind of anti-strat set play. Yeah. But if they haven't brought it out at this point, maybe it hasn't factored into their preparation work.
The PaperX players definitely looking to try and put a bit of that aggression into halls once more, but again, the FPX players are just holding, watching. Defensive Viper Wall does obviously put a bit of a blockade, but a Haunt just to push back through it and take that space.
And this is going to be one of your most typical FPX defaults, taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody sets up on the top stairs.
Trademark gone, nade into the back of the side, don't have to worry too much, but tower, Snakebite was there, helps him out, and it does force that rendezvous, so site control is gained.
And PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be retaking from a long way away with very poor weaponry.
The Viper's pitch
nice,
gets spammed out of this one, moving forwards, Artis has to deal with this one. The risk being taken, teleports back. Moving forwards to the crossfire. Diligence being shown once more from them, and somehow Jing getting that pick off there. He's managed to get the flank off, and now it's offered him his showstopper. Double satchel into the side, a flick to the back of the site. The rocket doesn't quite do the job. Zipper now answering again with one of his own, down to it. All the way to the fire. FPX eventually clawing it through.
Another dangerous eco round where PaperX maybe could have found something. The push out of holes from Jing was amazing. Catching Artis in the back. But that showstopper, anything but. The high sensitivity gamer, high APM, maybe just causing a problem as he shot the showstopper directly in the middle of his two targets.
Yeah. Just couldn't quite get that kill secured, honestly. It's a thing that's been carrying FPX, I think, all the way through their lower bracket run. If every obstacle that they faced, it's been that preparation, diligence, the crossfires, the trust in each other as teammates as well, to be able to hold each other's backs, and, well, no one's really able to respond with that one. Jing still wants to hold the angle up. When the door opens up, the double swing, it's a trade at the end of the day.
Really disciplined from FPX, shutting down Jing. Device going to go for another peek, and he has an answer as well.
And it's just feeling inevitable at this point. Up top, Benkai.
Nice Benkai, nice Benkai.
Okay. Angel though anchoring up top now. Spike's going to start to go
4
down.
secondnya nih.
Benkai is weak, not a lot of utility other than the flashes. What can Forsaken offer as well?
Aduh, kan.
Fast lane as a punish. Great timing with the swings. And now, staring at the end of here, map point for FPX.
Ya, gua kalah. Gua kalah.
We barely got to hear the comms at the end of the prior round, but I could hear Angel say, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FPX challenging PaperX, like this swing here, just Angel raw swinging out, trying to find a timing on Forsaken as he uses his wall, and it's perfect. Too often in this tournament, people have given PaperX all the respect because their players demand it, and yet if you bring the pain to them, you can find openings.
A last-ditch effort though.
Trik yang sama.
Popped off to try and help Forsaken supplement it, and the kills this time going their way. Weapon's not too good. Squeezing him from the back of halls, but Sugetsu shuts it down. Still Jing the actual play. Sugetsu! What a monster!
Gila.
In the blink of an eye, the map secured, takes it away, and the advantage is theirs.
Gila.
FPX sensing the blood in the water.
Let me remind you as well, Brent, that was a 6-6 first half. PRX won only 1 round on their defensive side. That is a level of battering that we saw on Bind as well. And that to me indicates a major problem for PRX. When they're going for these defensive set plays, that style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting. But it's FPX coming out, relying on these rock-solid performances out of Xiao and Sugetsu to carry them through and neutralize all of that.
Let's try.
They just are always on top of it. The final play that you're seeing here, the guy is just too clean with it. Sugetsu, his game sense is off the charts, and you can feel it. The emotions now are running high for these players, for these teams. You're seeing it, just the pop-off moments from all of them. Here it is, the advantage, Josh. FPX getting that 1 map lead now and heading into it. This is going to be it. This next map, an incredibly important one. We're going to go to a short break, and now, of course, our analyst desk breaking down all the action we've seen thus far. You know, you're not going to want to miss it.
Kalau predik guys, untuk Torik nggak predik guys. Wah, kacau. Wah, kacau.
Quite so one-sided, and there's the...
I hope 14.866 14.866. Ini gara-gara nggak predik ke tarik nih, Torik. Yeah.
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my knowledge, seen it right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, seen it right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored?
Heaven. Nggak ada yang lawan Heaven nih. Heaven menang. Heaven menang dia lawan Order. Menang.
Are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the Prime Gaming Agent Select has been completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the Agent Sage Select, Ebola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps from both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really, really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that Sage that you highlighted from Sagetsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. Like, you'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with the gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. Like, he is truly disgusting when it comes to this map. But again, I think that main highlight has to be the Chambers, because I don't think we've seen the best from either of them so far.
I also do think that the Fade pick that Paper X has gone with is countered by Sugetsu's Sage, right? They consistently are trying to find out where is that Prowler coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those slight changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
Well, this is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy. But Bren and Sideshow, Paper X, they still have a way to get back into this.
They certainly do, and we're going to be finding out how exactly it plays out here on Haven, our fourth map in this series. But FPX are on the cusp of it, Josh. One map, and that is it. They will be crowning themselves as that Masters 2 champions.
Yeah. What do you reckon a trophy smells of? Sweat?
I would never know.
Success.
I would never know.
Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style the Paper X plays on this map is so very different. And neither team better pick, both of them moving away to that Sage as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to disrupt some of these hits coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down. Prowler actually avoiding that close corner. It's an immediate response to back away. How does Angel die to the nade there?
I think that was a seize and a nade that they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But Paper X's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
One over the top, Charles positioning, it is known, still the angles. This crossfire FPX, absolutely elite at shutting down any of it, and the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied, not the pistol round, not this time.
And you can do it, bro.
You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of Paper X's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was. But yeah, the way the Paper X play this, they're going to be doing fast, aggressive hits early on in the round and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to over-rotate. And then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first, you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade to the side, and the angle as well. More than watched. Angel with the ghost, 3 kills, 3 headshots.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push it back, but Forsaken already taken all this space. Angel was low enough.
Ayo, Liljaka sama Forsaken. Jason, nice.
But denied. A thrifty for PRX, right back into it.
And Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel. And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far. He's been playing entry. He only has 160 ACS average over the course of the series. But now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber. And that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Be able to follow up on a lot of that. Was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to Caesar try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the Boombot spotting the target. Does he know up top? The answer is yes. Sees though. Drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though. The weaponry still could get very dangerous for PRX, but the plan is going to go down. It's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Sage wall on either side. Ardis couldn't get punished in short because of Sugetsu's wall. And now FPX are coming back in. The post-plan positions are so claustrophobic.
They're re-pushing this all the way through. Jing shut down. Divide catches that one. That's 1v1. And Zipan answers back.
Back-to-back thrifties.
You gotta be kidding.
In our 4th map of the Grand Finals. Neither team ready to give up an inch. Such a weird setup though.
It's so unusual.
With both barrier robes in play, with both Sage walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and re-clip short.
Last player.
And then when Jing pushes forwards, these angles, Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team. Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more one-sided when it got to the later portions of that map, but we'll see now. Money's a bit wonky. You see the Spectres in the hands of the PRX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again relentless, the showstopper. Off to the back, and what a direct! Jing catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet still. He backs away. Not lacking for confidence, but now the Prowler in his face wants to be inside this smoke. He dissipates at exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zipan is just being dealt with still. Showers there, Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for but a moment. Device still eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision. This guy is just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying time, the movement. The wide swing into it. Prowler not connecting. Sugetsu 1v3 time ticking. No more to work with. And a slide off angle. Gets the one, but with the post-plan situation, finding the kills, there is no time to secure it.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sugetsu or Shao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for PRX to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that Jin had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening. And they're able to play the post plants deep from mid.
Dubai is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture, popping off. Now he's doing it again as well, leading his team for a lot of those kills in that round, so 3 of these obtained.
Itu nggak beli armor.
After the pistol, every team with the eco disadvantage has won.
See if that trend continues. Same plays being made, the Boombot up close and personal. The Stars laid down the Nightfall as well, positioning revealed. The PRX players always set up to succeed with this.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps 2.
I mean, how many times has it happened? But Forsaken with the crosshair placement locks it down. The kill onto Jing there, but it's just up to Angel.
Odin Gimang lagi, bos.
Not much more you can do other than skipping a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns. But finally, an edge in this map.
Drawn out by PRX. Blood, sweat and tears for any team to try and get an economic snowball, but FPX are going to be right back into it. 4 light armors. It's not looking fantastic. And they're going to take a timeout to discuss how they should be defending here. This round coming up is going to be such a swing. You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more, with a showstopper, a nightfall, big tools.
Dia pinteran anjir time outnya, cok. Pas lagi on fire, time out. On fire, time out.
Slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. PRX have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A aggression and then sending somebody in towards Garage. Sometimes that's going to be Forsaken, sometimes Mindfreak. But either way, they're going to try and weave through your defenses. We saw PRX pull it off expertly against Optic, where they were smoking off Ye's trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
And always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks.
And you can see the trademark from Artist being placed on B. One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Artist, tour de force, obviously, whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for PRX. And look at this already. Starting to see echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands if Forsaken tries to get aggressive. You can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1 once Mindfreak connects with the rest of the team. And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid-round option.
I think with a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars dropped. That's going to be the timing for Forsaken, and look at that. To leave the wall in the hands of Sugetsu, just caught with a utility. On the other side of things, still being watched.
Forsaken kenapa sih anjir?
FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that, even a B split. Whatever they can get their hands on.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more. Okay, sure, Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but the A site got stuck, and they collected the lurker. Angel
left.
already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered PRX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that this is coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Divine. Pressure from every single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The PRX are liking to play this map now on our attack side.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX.
Yeah.
They have tools to deal with the site hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round lurk play. And then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop PRX from getting into those clutch calls.
This guy's always ready for it now. The layers on top. It's made to push them back, and this deep omen smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing Opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from PRX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this re-clear. See Long, the contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough? You still know the fight's coming. Xiao sprays them down. Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mindfreak watching it, holding it. Jing now taking a bit of an approach. Side control's going to be his, and Artist forced. Try and make some moves here with the operator in his hand. The angle's not being there for him, and what a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
And Mindfreak cleans up the last two.
Clinical.
Forsaken is looking a lot better on the chamber than he has been able to showcase this series so far, playing entry. He's tried Yoru, he's tried Jet, he's tried Neon, but his chamber has always looked good, all tournament. Wow, that's a crazy spray down from Xiao. But PRX still had the answer.
Odin run.
And the opening was punishing an info peak.
The crowd want to see it. Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame them? Another fast approach, a pull off to the back. Angel though, only working with the pistol, not enough.
Sometimes these anti-ecos have gotten sloppy from PRX, but they've got site control incredibly early on. Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
It's an interesting one.
Something strange. Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Hort lineup in play. The player, Artist, was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and again, the weapon's just too much to overcome.
And PRX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven. These big executes have been working for PRX. The mid-rounding, not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX. Artist has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PRX moved themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close. A nade and a slow up, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep. I don't know if they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a soundbait with a slow warp, but this angle up close and personal with the wall. It's a much more passive one from Sugetsu.
Forsaken and Jing love doing this. Even if you think you've caught the one lurker, the other's there to punish. And that boombot sees nothing, knows nothing.
The Forsaken with a timing! Comes up with nothing, Zipan. Patience, the knowledge knowing that they could have just walked their way past it, but now you can start to see this, at least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used, and now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mindfreak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding through! And what a performance. Neither team willing to give up an edge.
Forsaken ayo
FPX, really great
dong,
defensive
come
setup there.
on.
I mean, I think huge props to Zipan for this kill. They're not trusting their utility. And I think that's one of the biggest factors that has FPX able to win these rounds on defense. They're not trusting the trademark to lock off a map. They're not trusting the boombot. You hear that from Zipan there as well. It was just a good timing. I was going to check B, but the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself up into Cubby.
Is this even going to get cleared? Boombot latches onto Artist, has to back away, will break it in the end.
Wait.
Patience being played! Spray down, not enough to claim 2, but at least just the 1. A 2 for 2. Jing has the positioning. Another nade to try and force him back away from those connectors.
Hey, Mindfreak!
While you're trying to watch this lurk, the showstopper misses completely!
Not a point of damage!
The outplay, Mindfreak. Shots being found. Wraps the Vandal spray down, and all the players of FPX come tumbling once more. A 2-round lead now for PRX.
Mindfreak yang nge-kill, gue yang so keren.
How did that one happen?
Might be getting some buffs at the end of this tournament.
I mean,
Sure,
that's not a kill, but no damage?
Yeah.
I mean, Zipan feels robbed there. You can see it in his face. So does the audience. Nevertheless, though, FPX still with 4 rounds to their name have a chance of making this half very reasonable.
Very dangerous, but still Xiao wants to take the fight. Disrespect the utility, he really has no way to disengage here. The slow walk keeping him locked, and the swing. Forsaken claims the kill, space for the resurrect as well. Angel's got a hefty task ahead of him. The Nightfall to cut across into their spawn. They know that Angel is here. The Boombot won't quite see him, and the crossfire! That is just perfection. The smoke up top, close to dissipating. FPX, again, bit of a chokehold that they've got on this one, and with the utility in Benkai's hand, he was not expecting that one.
Devi holding the angle. Artist gets the better end of it. And Sugetsu to finish. What a crossfire again. It's been the bread and butter for FPX.
Oh, yeah.
Holding angles, managing to just allow PRX into their crosshairs.
I love the repositioning from it as well. I think when the Nightfall comes through from PRX, they use it into their spawn, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
Alex is not happy about that one.
Alex not happy, ya jelas lah.
I think he should take some solace from the fact
Temen sendiri,
is really having a huge
masa ya kalah dia happy.
Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play. The smokes get them in. Trademark broken. Forsaken so deep in the first 10 seconds. And then he vanishes like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades though of why this Sage was picked up. FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artist still watching for it. The jiggle peaks though. And goodbye PRX showing that discipline. Don't want to give away any easy kills, but again,
paranoia retake of Garage, and Angel almost stepped into Forsaken sightlines. There's a lurk play caught again, and the Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are. The PRX are so far back.
It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks. Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round, and with the war fading down, where are they leaning? PRX running away through now. They've got that garage control, skipping it off, and they broke the crosshair placement. Forsaken set up to succeed. Off to the side, Devi. What an angle.
And it's on Xiao and Zipan.
30 seconds
so
left.
far away from the action to try and make this one another even half. The reflag from Forsaken. The battle should happen in Garage here for the round.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get an even round. Players work their way in, but FPX,
Here for second.
such a difficult task.
Nice.
Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown. Xiao! 2 kills!
Nice!
Forsaken wins! Just not clutch enough.
Probably the best clutcher that we've had in the tournament, and even he can't quite get it done. PRX take the lead 7-5. Looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a 5th. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him. He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool, on Ascent, which they banned despite being unbeaten in Stage 2, and here on Haven. What a performance.
Unreal scenes. We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break it down so
Bengkai kenapa cow 3/10?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for the chambers.
Bengkai.
How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in Garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Sagetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for PRX.
I mean, he drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You could never, I think it was the second last round there of that half, the boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where you could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, PRX have been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by PRX so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for PRX.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there,
Enjoy.
Like the crossfires
Son,
they had
enjoy,
in,
son.
I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The The
Enjoy,
problem
son.
is, it is that factor. They
Let's
did
go,
not
let's go.
have the read
Enjoy,
for the
enjoy.
majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. And that's a problem for PRX because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, PRX, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Bren. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Certainly is a tenuous advantage that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they bring it to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that PRX aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A early on here. Forsaken watching mid.
No way. The angle being watched! You are joking!
What a kill!
A rapid fire approach! Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
And already Jing posted up in A lobby off the back of all of that. Forsaken is going to be given space to take liberties here. The FPX default is going to be slow.
The reposition.
Ngapain si Forsaken, cowok?
Was that just a crazy
Takilan
turn
anjir
in
orang itu.
I mean, he must have heard it, at least some sort of sound cue, I think, to try and take it, but they are just again taking liberties. The wall comes through, hopping up on top of the box. Jing. What a play to take out Artis. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai. That play is awesome. And Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life.
Base the shot.
Brings reinforcements.
Bot over the top. Now they're going to be both of them on top of the wall still. Just Jing finding value, finding the kill and watching it.
Nice.
Sets them up. And a pistol round going away, PRX.
Pushing that tenuous advantage just a little step further. Such an important round for them to find. And the early punish on Angel, then this play. I've never seen a play like that before.
Yeah.
The wall and a jump up to punish the players that are breaking it. Awesome stuff.
Just in the moment decision making. Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
And we saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when PRX played against Optic. Although that was mostly on the other side of the map. But you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
With the poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break portions of that wall, but there is enough of a gap. Benkai making sure to plug it. He knew that the wall was bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective. The wall is what you make of it. Artist, though, was very quick with the response, grabbing Divide down short. And FPX are going to want to try and punish this A lobby aggression. Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Divide was on earlier in the round. And for FPX here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information. He's going to try and hit that into B.
Shots rattled, and the damage, look at that swing! Again, the thing that's carried FPX so far. That discipline, and the raw mechanics of Artis. But they're not done yet, PRX. A nade into the corner just in case, but
nice.
is he going to be watching for it? Yes, indeed.
Nice.
And the players are cleaned up easily enough.
Mind freaking Jing making sure to put that one away. But it has taken some of the sting out of this third round. Forsaken, looking like he wants to go for a Vandal. Is this an entire team buy? It looks like it.
Them, yeah.
Forsaken's not close enough to his tour de force to make some kind of play for an ult orb. And so it's going to be 3 Spectres, 2 Vandals that PRX take into round 15. It's not a bonus anymore. They need this one.
Very impactful round. For FPX to try and close out this series, it's got to start here on this round.
They have to be ready for pushes like this. FPX must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai's looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Making sure that he's got his sight line, the angle onto that haunt. used a lot by FPX.
But Xiao's not in a position to try and clear Jing at the moment. And Xiao has also used both of his prowlers, or perhaps only brought 1, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid. And now with a minute on the clock, it's been so slow. Jing made a noise, a footstep, a jump.
And Jing,
the jig is up.
Yeah, a rare moment of patience, I think, as well. From him not to just commit into this one. A bit of a jiggle, a jump peek there from Forsaken. The information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Divide always ready and waiting. Sitting up close and personal to rendezvous. Positioning found!
Oh!
Latch it down to the feet of Artist still. Jing wants to fight this one. Zip back on the angles! And the weapons. Head's taken off, still finding it. Players just pouring out into the site, trying to deny the plant.
And Zipan and Xiao have just been animals. They're so good at holding these angles down. And it all comes down to Mindfreak, the player who entered these grand finals with the highest clutch percentage. But he's been quiet today. Can he find a moment to put PRX into double digits?
The timing. Crossfire isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it. Trying to bait out one of the angles. The Haunt though tags him through the box! And he's back!
Mindfreak well and truly back!
The 1v2 Red Bull clutch! Doesn't matter that he was working with just a Spectre.
And didn't he play that one beautifully as well?
Oh, wow.
Breaking any kind of crossfire that would have been happening from graffiti over to hell or
tap
default.
To bait the positioning.
Yep, tap. Not just baiting the positioning, but baits utility out.
Yeah.
So Xiao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
He even got marked up at the end and still wins against Zipan. That's the kind of play that Mindfreak has been bringing out over and over again through PRX's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak that FPX would have liked to get up, any kind of momentum that they would have had back into this attacking half. And it's a timeout. It's a confident lead on Haven.
More than confident. Looking primed to take it. We were talking about how impactful that round was to win for either side when they were just investing all of their money into it.
The fact of the matter is, though, Brent, the loss bonus here for PRX is going to mean that they have, the loss bonus here for FPX is going to mean they have about the same amount of cash on either side.
Sure.
You might see some kind of crazy force going on, or just a weaker buy overall. And
Okay,
here it is.
full
There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam an angle? Potential for it, or maybe it was just really all that they could afford. Taking a fight over towards C-Long, and again, the disrespect being shown. Jing making his way right down mid, but Devi also answering back, making sure that map control is lost. What a response! Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him this up close once more.
Jing finding huge value out of his deep mid position, and it all falls down to Xiao. Almost gifted one there.
Listen.
And Mindfreak would die to a single body shot as well.
Where are you?
Slow enough for it, but Xiao is feeling the pressure on every single side. You can feel it. The Haunt was dropped down just in case a player was close, but these angles, the positioning, honestly, all over the place. 20 health. Okay, Mindfreak, well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade. Xiao now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh. This could be slowed right down.
This stage, Xiao has already won 3 1v3s. He's been demonic in this tournament in the clutch. One of the MVP candidates for the tournament based on how crucial he's been for FPX. And the time is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike over to A. Nobody there. Benkai watching, listening for it.
Xiao has to be diligent. But also, time running short. 10 seconds left to try and make the play. The Haunts drop down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed now, you can see the pressure is on the wall up.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd, but now he's just got to wait. The timing. Xiao wants to force it down into the 1v1. At least he doesn't know where Jing is. But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning's known. Benkai, he will fall. Xiao taken down into the 1v1. The showstopper, the trade. What a play! Just outlandish scenes.
What an absurdly good clutch from Xiao. Every instinct in his body telling him to look in the right direction for Jing. And manages to beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Just ridiculous.
Sprayed down. And that is why he's an MVP candidate for this tournament. The impact has just been enormous.
Fail anjir wallnya tadi.
Remember, Brent, in this tournament, FPX weren't sure whether they would have Xiao or Sugetsu here. There was a thought that FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of their 5 players.
Benkai kenapa woi.
And they've had to battle past so many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand finals. Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket even in their groups. But they fought every single step of the way, tooth and nail. Rewarded the opportunity here to claim this title. PRX looking to deny that. Bring this one to map 5. The timing of this timeout, so tactical in its nature.
And it looks like FPX's journey, though, through that lower bracket, it doesn't appear to be getting much easier.
No.
They're still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5. FPX with a large financial advantage in this round, despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working their way through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually latch only onto Benkai, up top onto Heaven.
Come on, Benkai.
Players swarming into the site. PRX want to be denying this one, but a satchel play.
Mulai chaos anjir.
Up close, up top.
Wah, udah.
And personal.
No hope anjir.
Denying any opportunity for PRX to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Come on, guys.
Forsaken met with a 1v5, unable to have any impact in this round.
Wah, mukanya udah pada lemes semua, cok.
His carry performance in the first half, he just hasn't been able to find those moments.
This tour de force, a quick scope, a flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining, and too many targets to choose for. Only losing Angel. What a clean round for FPX. They found their foothold here, Josh.
That's exactly what they needed. That economy is now going to start to snowball a little. And what was this from Zipan? The jump up, back down, and goes for another bite of the apple? So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily, but he's doing his job. He's finding those times to carry the rounds. And now you see both teams with full equipment in hand.
This is being shown again. Into mid with the boombot, following up off of onto it. And look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. A nade to clear the back bit, but it is that full retake set up by PRX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast wrap around. Smoke dissipates.
3 players looking for it, and it is being watched. Xiao, he just about whipped the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play. It's a bit of a tap.
And Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia in the mind of Jing. He has no idea if he's being flanked.
Every angle needs to be watched for. I think the setup from PRX. Look at this now, trying to make the plays happen. The showstopper to contend.
Belakang lu, Jing. Belakang lu, Jing.
Oh my goodness! Eventually shut down, but has he done enough damage? His teammates might think so. The Cosmic Device. And now the pressure is on. FPX have to play up close and personal. The horn broken, pushing through the wall, but how would you get through it?
Sini lo.
The bullets laying down, and PRX get down.
What a round from Jing. What a huge monstrous performance from PaperX's star player. One of PaperX's star players, I should say. He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round, dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone. Insane mechanics. FPX's clean round, though, one prior, allows them to still buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop PaperX from getting to map point.
There's a bit of an all-in.
Mamam.
Angel TP, it's punished.
Wait.
Response in kind. Comes through. How do you get 2 kills like that?
And if you had to
Satu
tell me which
ditukar
team would you
dua,
expect to use
nggak
the
ada,
utility
Cok.
combo and which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mind Freak looking for the mid-round push.
Ayo main freak. Lu dapat 2 keren. Ah, 1. 1, 2. Nice. Balik. Nice.
Containment in the end.
And Mind Freak has really woken up now. Finding these timings to get impactful and win them rounds.
And the energy is building. Feel it meeting in that crescendo to bring us to that map number 5.
And PaperX are 1 round away. Alex, frustration turning to tension now as the coach watches on, unable to have too much more impact. They just need to dodge one scrappy forced buy, and Jing starts it.
And again, they're not put off from making these high-risk, high-reward plays. The money is abysmal for FPX. Losing a player on top of it, it's dire. Wall has to be used just to see if they can get the res offline, but look at this, another punish, an attempt of it. A bit of a gamble as he fires it against the wall. He misses the mark at the end.
It's a great idea, but Sugetsu was already ahead of the play. He understood that was going to be coming through. And now it looks like he's still trying to find a time to go for this. He needs players to help.
Now going to be trying to contain with the space, but at least holding down these angles, baiting a swing from them. The nade! Oh, it's so tenuous. Sugetsu wants to go for the resurrect. He needs to try to bring this even, and finally it's being played, but the spam through. Pinged out, and know exactly where it is. And one after the other. The advantage is just snowballing. Paper within their grasps. Will not be denied their right to go to map 5. The round not over yet. FPX would have to pull off a miracle.
Angel's managed to find his way into B. But with 15 seconds left, it's all but done.
Just no time. The duel, well, not quite favored. The plant, though, Angel gets a spike down, but it's left down to him.
And sure, the time pressure dodged, but FPX spent half the round just trying to get a res online. It's all down to Angel, and he can't handle it. PaperX are taking us to a 5th.
Absolutely absurd. Back and forth between both of these teams, so evenly matched. Will we have it any other way?
And this map really had a different feel to it compared to the others.
Oh yeah.
A very methodical play by PaperX, finding those moments to get the lurks working, and then crushing that attack side. And if we're going to talk about unusual things, how about the 5th map being Breeze?
I mean, just absurd, isn't it?
Absolute madness.
What are we going to see? The questions outlined here.
Kan gue menang di Tori.
It's map that both teams have been comfortable in the past playing.
8 correct predictions in a row? Damn.
Comp as we're heading into it on the 5th map, but they have the minerals to pull out something that might even...
Menang aing. Weh, mana nih? Wow, poin gua 25k. Anjay, poin gua 25k ditarik. Ayo, let's go. Ini gua kalah nih, jadinya dikit nih sekarang nih. Aduh. Set. Ntar gua ngambil minum dulu dah. Ntar guys, ngambil minum dulu ya. Bentar ngambil minum.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb.
Redik lagi guys. Berapanya? 25391. 25391. Vote PRX. Vote PRX.
They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Bentar gua nyari.
So instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, speaking fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness. A reflection of the emptiness, hilarious. You think you're worth my time, you're delirious, mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior, inferior. You know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is tactical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it.
Oh, reload sih. Udah mulai guys.
Him to move, Bowler. You want him to move, but did you want him to move that far?
What is this comp?
Wait, which team? Which team?
These guys right here. Neon Yoru, Breach.
They've got no Viper. They got no Viper. There's
What?
so much insanity here. I feel like when you look at Breach as well, this was an agent that pretty much from day one, everyone went, yeah, you probably don't want to play that when it comes to Breeze. It's way too open a map. You're not going to be able to set up. And they've just gone, yeah, you know that comp with Phoenix? That looks kind of normal now compared to this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that Breach being absolutely overpowered on Breeze. So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that.
Aren't
but on the side,
Fnatic doesn't play Breeze.
They're the team that
I mean,
banned the
I
map.
trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. PRX's comp is ridiculous, man.
This is so
Barlett's losing his mind.
We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
Okay, Barlett, I know you're losing your mind, but just one thing you want the people to keep an eye on. Only one.
I mean, Neon running up with the breach flashes. I mean, what do you want me to say? There's no Viper wall, so they can't really take that much space. It's going to be like a Caterpillar.
They got a lot of
like
stuns.
Yeah, they got loads of stunts.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming?
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Barla is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and PaperX as we head into the final map of this grand final.
At the end of this map, a new god is going to be born. We will have a new team on the throne with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such bonkers compositions as well.
Outlandish, man.
Just insanity.
Just inject a bit of pure pandemonium into it. And I mean, this crowd has been electric. The entire match has been electric. I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PaperX versus FPX.
Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5? I'm not sure I'm ready, Bren. I'm going to be honest. PaperX are starting on the attack side here. Like the Des was talking about, there's no Viper walls whatsoever. How do they cut off sight lines? How are they going to find value? out of the neon. I mean, I guess they're just running in.
And Jing just runs in and he finds a value to teleport. Breaking ankles, taking names, but Shao locks it down, he shuts it down.
Still playing over by the half wall kind of setup. And Mindfreak on the lurk here, looking for another one of those big rounds.
Mindfreak, what an opening to get. Hardest taken out, still the fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, you're solo, one shot will do it in Tipan. He collects it easily enough. Bit of spam for the wall, Mindfreak set up. No stars available. Knows where the spike is. Trailblazer broken, and the 1v2 face. FPX so favored, but ultimately it all came down to Shao.
What an awesome way to begin this map. Already starting to see glimpses of what PaperX are going for there. They had a flash, and then as Forsaken Gate crashed in, it was comboed with a fault line from Divide. It is such a bizarre way of playing, but it all got shut down by Shao. Wow. The recon dart, the spam kill onto Forsaken, a second one that he found.
Just unbelievable.
And then
shots to find.
Hitting the headshot there as well onto Mindfreak.
Ice cold.
Giving him the aim punch. What is that? PaperX are not done though, they're going for a force.
They're forcing into this one. Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line, why not? It's gonna be the Prowler, it's gonna be removing a bit of the threats there. They crash into the back, that's gonna be a teleport and the dart. No targets really being found. There's still there's a player lurking, waiting at that main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike been planted. No difficulties there. Post-plant scenario is allowed for them, but Forsaken takes so much damage just trying to get out of there.
Forsaken, in fact, does not get out of there. That's his clone jogging to safety. Benkai's weak.
Fight's being taken, the Bulldog ADS. They are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing the lurk. Mindfreak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team, but now look at this, running them down with the ghost in play. Doubled up. Divide and Mindfreak against the world. Sticking this one under the fuse. The damage, it's enough to stop it, but it's still up to him. Half online, and he has to swing wide. He has to hit the shots, but it's Shao again. And time just enough. They shut down the force buy.
And Shao has just been so clean for FPX. There have been other players, obviously, coming up huge for them. But Shao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments. Demonic in the clutch. Utterly cold. And that puts PaperX back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs. And listen, whether or not PaperX fall or fly, they're doing it in true APAC style.
Oh yes.
You could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
It really is something that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your ranked games. PaperX are a dangerous team, even when they've only got the sheriffs, a marshal or two, whatever, to work with. You can see that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline.
Gila, cok.
Being played by Artis as well.
Satu orang lagi tadi, cok.
Trying to push up deep into mid as well. It doesn't really reveal too much of his positioning as well.
That smoke, however, is going to make Artis think there's a potential for somebody to be deep already at Arch.
Stunsgate crashing to the back of the side, but the shot's are just missed. Forsaken couldn't find the head, and Artis is still being surrounded by enemies, but with the rifle, he should be good for it. A quick updraft, revealed by the dart. And Mindfreak's lurk comes to no fruition.
And that is a prime game in Flawless as FPX continue to build up their economy here. The FPX composition is so good at gaining information around the map. Sugetsu's setups are going to allow them to put cameras, tripwires all over the map. And then you still have information being given by Zipan as he throws flashes deep into different areas. It speaks to the flexibility of both of these teams, that they're able to almost roll the dice on the compositions they want to play as they head into the most important map they've ever played.
All on the line.
And that is fast. PaperX immediately swinging out to window. Punish Ardis. And Sugetsu tried to hold the angle, but just got overwhelmed. Too many bodies for him to deal with.
Instant response though. Looking through mid, Angel just takes up all this space now. He's going to be watching holding. Seeing if anybody
Comes within his crosshairs. And FPX have decided to play heavily for mid here. Both A and B are full retake setups. Not that PRX know that.
Moves now as well, delivering that spike over towards one side of the map. FPX are playing so cautious in terms of just their positioning. All of them grouped up.
This middling kind of positioning from Xiao might allow him to use his Hunter's Fury to stop some kind of plant, but I think he might just be a fraction too far away.
Down sending a release the trip. Triggering there, giving them a bit of information, a bit of positioning, but still
Shaper buat apa anjir?
clearing it down.
And honestly, against PRX, you're worried they've pushed your spawn.
Yeah, they could have taken so much
Oh,
advantage.
dia udah expect kalau si ini pakai neon. Forsaken-nya pakai neon.
Advantage.
Expect-nya gitu.
Gain for PRX. Looking like they can maybe put this round on the board.
Amazingly, PRX are actually playing really passive positions on the post plant, going for the reflank now through tunnel. Sugetsu's got it all to do, and it's just impossible.
Divine locks it down with the Odin
Odin Gemang, do 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 do. Odin Gemang, do 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 do.
Down on B, they're not pushing. They're not trying to get aggressive into spawn or hold 3 players on site. They're backing off. They're trying to play for elbow control, and that I think indicates a really good understanding of how to play this map. Because the post plant positioning you can get from there is just amazing.
Yeah, and I think as well, goes against the grain in terms of what you expect with PRX playing this composition.
I agree.
Yoru in play, Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless with it, but one way to shut that down is Ardis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's Fury to deny the gate crush. Has to back away. Forsaken in the corner, he's taken a boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing can be found, and the shot is true. Sugetsu, head ripped clean off.
Mindfreak still in this lurk position. Does Angel check with enough diligence here? Otherwise, Mindfreak might be a dangerous thorn in their side for this post plant. Xiao is just tracking this gate crash all the way back into spawn.
Watching for it, and again the lurk is found.
He's like a cat with a toy. He's just been pulled away from the action.
It's the advantage of running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources. A player watching the gate crash.
Just break it.
Off to the side, Ardis looks to try and make a moment out of it, a bit of magic maybe to eject, but this retaken with the operator, never ideal. The timing for Forsaken with that swing, it's too clean. Utility in the hands of his opponents, and Ardis not even allowed the luxury of saving that operator.
Rapih banget. Du. Cemana ini?
On those lurk plays. And I think that's going to be such a challenge for FPX to deal with.
How much do you dedicate of resources, utility to try and shut down Mindfreak when he's taking up positioning, holding in mid?
Ke-boosting
the
nih.
site executes when they're coming through as well. Very well combined between Divine and Forsaken. Back when we used to see them play this, I mean, obviously on Bind, you would have Benkai playing the breach for them, sending in those fault lines, but it was the same combo. Yoru ult, fault line, allows Forsaken to find the easier kills. And here, Mindfreak has to be so creative with how he's using the smokes.
Oh, it's already expending that dash. Still has the ultimate, still has the Blade Storm. He could do some serious work into this one, but the post plant's locked down. Now a fast lane. Just dodging to the side of it. Angle being found to get to. What a shot! And this is looking still winnable.
But again, it's safe. Passive post-plant positioning being played.
Rolling Thunder, and they've got to start on the spike. It's going to be incredibly difficult to try and get away with this one. The Nightfall.
They know that they've detected all 5.
Yeah.
I mean, Mindfreak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
Going quiet on it now to Rolling Thunder. Overlapping all of the abilities, all of the ultimates. The timing being taken.
Nice!
The space gain off of it. PRX. Never letting their foot off the gas.
Mainnya cakep banget.
The Breeze metagame has never been shifted so far.
No.
A seismic shift. But PRX are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this isn't just a comp that they've thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses. Because they've got a great understanding of what they want to do with it. How long does it take Angel to figure out that they're playing passive post plants? That's my big question. Once Angel starts to get a read, and maybe this time out I'll be conferring with Doombros, once Angel gets the read that they're playing these passive post plants, fast retakes might be the order of the day.
The way that PRX are playing this Euro is so different to the way that FPX have played it in the past on Breeze. Often it's like a slow siege, a take of mid-control. A lot of the Euro, the implementation of it by PRX has been these fast executes, something to add the extra layer on top of Jing just running it down on Neon.
And from what we saw of PRX's A-site hit, I'm not convinced that would work on a rifle v rifle round. I think we might be seeing a repeat here of Icebox, where they only go A on anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands. And FPX are nowhere to be seen.
Still positioning, at least given up early, but time to...
Yeah, still 10 seconds for them to set up, but certainly having a discussion about their positioning in spawn here. But look at the positioning of PRX. They look like they want to send this thick and fast straight into B.
What is the play here?
And they have the Cosmic Divide as a kind of quasi-Viper wall that they could use.
Some of the block they angle off. They have to be cautious though. They know the money online means that we've seen that operator in buy. Of course, Artis has it, but he's in a completely different location. And now the Cosmic Divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied, but space given up. Angel, in fact, working his way off to the side. Could be able to catch a player or two.
And Jin caught by the recon, but couldn't be punished. The ult from Mindfreak finding big value. Surely Artis. Surely not Artis.
Dash enabled, flash as well, he connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close. Personal now with the wall denied! Coming through, the dog does so much work, so much damage, but Angel, he secures it.
Juga nih permainannya.
Post-plan positioning, it's so passive through the choke point. They just want to try and buy time. Push them back, a bit of spam. Artis, an unlucky one. Just his leg being taken out beneath him. A flash to push them back. No one is on this one. In fact, look, still the star in play. A tap of it, a timing now. Alert comes through. Sugetsu, he could be a difference maker. He at least gets two, but just down to Angel. At the time, the pressure just far too much.
And these PRX rounds are looking gorgeous. Every plan that they've run through in theory, working in practice. After those first 3 rounds that FPX have put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the site hits, and they can't win the retakes. But everything has been on B. All right, time to test the theory, Bren. FPX are back onto an eco. Do PRX go A?
Oh yeah.
Certainly looks like it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
it's there, isn't it?
I wonder if Angel can get a read on this as well.
Positioning though, I mean the players are so deep into spawn here, and when the fire comes through, it's a gate crash into the corner. This Viper wall does do a lot to try and slow down the approach. PRX obviously don't want to disrespect this one too much. They could just get destroyed in the blender that is this choke point. In fact, case an example right here. Artis, great opening pick for them, but the wall goes down, and now they're starting to slowly accrue a bit of that space. What a shot! Divide dropped down to 5 health, but not enough to secure that kill.
These players on site are struggling here.
So aggressive.
This A-site hit, it's getting mopped up.
It's getting so sloppy as well. FPX. Heads being found, guns being gained, and it has to be the pivot.
Mindfreak with the spike just booking it over towards the B site. Sugetsu still has his cam in this position. But there's a Viper's Pit been dropped on A. 2 players still staying there. And Devi's gonna look for a lurk with 5 health and an Odin.
They really have brought APAC, haven't they, to Copenhagen?
I love it.
Kind of plays, man.
I love it. You just can't expect it.
You can't prep for it.
Mindfreak's going to start distracting now as he starts tapping the plant. Does this turn eyes? Does this get Devi a free one?
The timing on it! Then the kill is found. Still a 2v3 though. FPX in theory should be favored into this one.
And I love that Mindfreak goes for a pick as he anticipates, or Mindfreak, sorry, goes for a peek as he anticipates everyone looking towards Devi. He knows that he'll have a little less stress on his shoulders for just a moment. And now the trap is starting to close. Can Devi provide enough assistance here?
Was one of the players to tap onto the spike as well, swinging through, but the damage. Oh, the gun just not quite good enough. 5 HP in window though, does not expect this one. Angels worked his way around, but he's gonna find positioning on the site. Mindfreak repositions, and the damage, the time, it's already been bled off the clock. Mindfreak, impeccable rotations.
Lu gila, sumpah.
These rounds somehow being saved by PRX, mostly because of the gun advantage. Look at the replay here. Mindfreak, even before this actually, was taking mostly duels against players that had sheriffs.
No! Let's go! Let's go! The crowd seems firmly on the side of PRX. A lot of cheers for these guys. How can you love them?
I've heard the FPX chants as well. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. PRX winning 5 rounds in a row here, forcing an FPX timeout. And what is the adjustment? I think from our point of view, Bren, there are clear things that FPX can try to work with.
Sure.
But the patterns are not as obvious when you can't see all of the information.
No, you're only seeing one half of it.
And for FPX right now, getting that read on how PRX are playing post plants, when they're hitting sites based on the economy of their opponents, all of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now. And they themselves are working with a composition that they haven't been playing recently. This is not their standard comp. They've either been running Shao on Jet, or they've been running the Yoru themselves. And Forsaken has decided to take it upon himself to prove to Angel he knows better.
Running the Euro against them. Tasted their own medicine.
What a way that would be to win.
Ults are online for them. Obviously, Divide this time been pretty good, and it is an approach, a flash just to grab the orb. The Cosmic Divide online for Mindfreak.
Again, how has he got the Cosmic Divide online once more?
Looks like he's just used it.
And so this is the first time that PRX start with a default. But it looks like they're going to go back again into a B push. It's been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle rounds, and the Cosmic Divide is such a massive tool for either side.
They'll slow down for about a moment, but eventually the pace must resume. And there's the Rolling Thunder to get to it to the back of the site, but look at all the utility. Combat up, Angel somehow able to claim himself a snakebite kill, but Forsaken's happily able to just return fire once more, but he oversteps himself. Utility in his hands, and his hit has gone skew.
It's the first time that FPX have decided to commit fully to it. Overstack players here. And the problem with that is Mindfreak's always on the lurk, and he's managed to find the A site.
So much space being gained.
The crucial thing here is for Mindfreak to not overstep himself. We've seen moments like this before where PRX just too determined to get an extra kill.
Can't go down easily.
And Mindfreak's aggressive.
30 seconds left.
But tempered. Just hearing Zipan walk his way into halls.
Incredibly cautious.
And that's
just waiting for one time.
That's decent information that he can pass over to Benkai. It's actually Divide, again, who becomes the lurker. They're just so happy to pass these roles around.
Nice. Definitely wondering about the counter flank potentially coming through, but he hears the footsteps now running down, but Zipan lurks down, and it's up to Divide.
But now the race is on. Divide, the spike down, has to try and get in a position where he can play this post plant. And instead of running for the spike, he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding me. Plants it off to the side. He falls on the miss. Sticking it down. Already half onto it. The fault line to try and stun them up. But FPX, it's handed to them on a plate. A bit of an overheat moment once more.
And for
wah, ente banget.
Has in fact failed them.
Gang itu Davai.
Players happen to stumble upon them.
Get in the picks. They contacted all the way through, even when the spike was down. Zipan did not make any noise. Contacted down into halls, picked up this kill. Hardest getting the one beforehand. It was all essential.
And maybe Mindfreak's death could have been avoidable, for sure, if he'd managed to position himself somewhere where he's not as exposed. But okay, you've got rifle v rifle, and it looks like PRX are starting to break the mold. Heading round 10 for the first time over towards A in these buy rounds.
They crash there, back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost immediately. Hardest though, claims a kill. Bit of chaos, a bit of pandemonium approaching now onto the side as kills are just again flowing. One side to the next. Seeker's even in play, and the angle just cannot be found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there. Zipan was posing a major problem for them over at stairs. And now the round can slow down. But there wasn't really a lurk play over towards B. Mindfreak was required to help the rest of his team. Ardis is going to find this one so uncomfortable to have to watch towards Switch and
Just doesn't
Cave.
know where they could be. And there's still so much time in the round that PRX happy again to just let that mid-round apply the pressure itself. If they make no noise, it's up to FPX to try and at least get a bit of information. And there's the swing into mid. Sugetsu comes out on top though.
The information play once more, finding value for FPX. Benkai just gets the horn back online. Divine trying to see if he can get a targeted fault line, but Artis dodged it.
What a shot. Still, the disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it. But with the time down to just 20 seconds, the guy picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
10 seconds, the clock ticking down. No hope for PRX. And here come the FPX chants. I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. A knife's edge that separates these two teams. A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider, that puts someone on the throne. But Artis played a masterclass in this round,
so
disrespecting all of the utility to get picks.
30 seconds left.
Having immense value with the operator. But a similar scene being painted again. Last 3 maps, it feels like this first half of each of them has been so even. Back and forth, all the way down, but someone eventually grabbing control and grappling it away.
And PRX haven't had very much success over on the A site. Even when they were running against the eco rounds, they still tripped up. And as they take a timeout here, I'm sure that's going to be something they're discussing. There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. I think an A split where you take halls control, you have Mindfreak's utility at the bottom of halls, you're doing a hall split, you only need bridge smoked off, you're coming from all of the other entrances, so you don't necessarily need the Viper wall.
Just to highlight the stakes once more, in case it wasn't obvious here, map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Artis earlier on in the day. He said, we came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings. And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling. But there is a hair's breadth between these two teams.
Of course.
Definitely the 2 best teams that we have in the tournament. And they've both turned up on a dramatic level. This series, it's anyone's to take.
Both faced obstacles throughout this tournament. One would argue that FPX maybe with the harder task in terms of how they've been battling through the lower bracket, but it has forged them into something else entirely. The teleport into the back, they're ready for it. Seen that play before. Angel's more than ready. And Artis as well returns fire. The angle locked down with the operator. The overdrive is denied. Every player toppling. But Jing returns again. Glides to the side. But eventually the shots finding it and shutting him down.
Look how quickly FPX have 4 players onto the B site. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly. Choosing, I mean, the read is perfect from FPX, and their adaptation in the half is awesome. Just instantly, off the first piece of utility, stack players on the site, play to deny the plant going down. PRX can't play post plants if they never have a plant.
Great adjustments. Look at the final round of this first half. One's going to be broken. Artis, an aggressive angle, and why not pop the Blade Storm off? You feel the pressure being applied.
Forsaken's so deep. I don't see how Artis could read this.
So much to get through as well. All the way down into Horse. It's going to be a fast lane that Jing's been able to take all this positioning up, and it has injected that chaos into the round, but Zippany just contains it regardless.
If Jing hadn't used his fast lane, Forsaken would have had a free kill, but now he's getting droned out.
No way!
Did he spot him?
Running around the side. The decoy in play, Shao still locks that angle. And it's up to Artis. He can feel the approach, the Blade Storm, the updraft, the head's not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by an A-main. That means he's got a very quick flank here. And for PRX, they've got to force the fight. They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back, the safe option.
Trailblazer misses, the dog is not going to be setting them up, and yep, the safe option, not an option. Angel's already flanked around, Benkai's positioning removed, taken out. Devi is known, he gets one, but he has a mighty task. 1v2, isolates it,
Whoa!
does the clutch, but Xiao reigns supreme.
You just can't out-clutch Xiao. He's been a monster this tournament. He's a great player online, but he's been a superstar here, offline. Winning round after round after round for FPX. What an attempt by Devi. What a great try.
Fuck.
The frustration
Seeping in. But when it feels like there's a final boss on the other side that you just can never get through, you can realize why they might end up being frustrated.
radiates through, doesn't it? That's going to be the first half here on our final map of the Grand Finals. Desk, take it away. What have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Bren and Saisho. What a half that was! Probably the most entertaining half
GG
we've seen all day.
seru,
Did
cowok.
you guys think we were going to get a 7-5
Andai
when
dapat.
PRX started to push the way they did onto those sides?
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous, the fact that FPX are able to adapt after PRX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. Like, I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen, they still always adapt, and they did towards the end of that half.
Some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Devi decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed, but on the side of FPX,
Mukanya ngeselin anjir. Kirjaka ini.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience of. And Brandon Saisho, let's see who's going to get this important round.
Very important round indeed. This pistol round, deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way into the final half that we're going to see in this series between these 2 teams.
How much do PRX have prepped with this unusual composition? Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on. And Jing not going for his fast lane this time, has a stun in hand with the Ghost.
Already the disrespect being shown!
How does he get that?
Dart removed, he just wants to fight.
He's
over
swinging
and over again.
He's swinging before he's even ready to shoot his second shot with the Ghost. And yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. But FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
No. Gotta stay calm.
Ardis nggak power ya?
Advantage, of course, given to PRX with that open
Jetnya
kill, but can easily turn it around.
Kilo berapa sih dia?
But FPX might end up here being paralyzed by ignorance. They don't know what PRX have planned. They've never played against a team comp like this. They don't know if Forsaken's going to be going aggressive with his teleports. They need to play spread and play slow to try and figure out what the game plan is. They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out, they have to hope it's not too late.
A close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him. The war going up. Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Xiao eventually gets him. But on the other side of things, it was Jing who managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, PRX. Spike's still going to be stuck down the fault line. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artist though now, all the pressure in the world. A prowler in his face, a flash, a tap at a Spike. He has to stick this one. He has to stick it or win this 1v1, and Dubai, all he needs to do is survive. A heroic effort. But at the end of the day, it's PRX who win it out.
Iya, anak kecil anjir nonton.
And they take one step closer towards that trophy. Winning the pistol is
Anak
massive,
kecil anjir
but
nonton.
the manner in which they did it as well is going to start to scare FPX.
Do you still have the confidence to make plays like this?
How did Jing get the kill through the wall? Jing is just running around trying to take duel after duel.
And we are witnessing the championship mentality, I think, that you need to be able to perform when it matters most, to be able to still make those plays.
Bizarre Viper wall that we're seeing here from Angel as they try and take some map control. Recon Dart up at the top of mid too as FPX put a premium on owning this area of the map.
Dubai forced to overextend just a tad to see if he can get that information. Doesn't want to risk it again, but in the midst of all of this, look at this space that Artis has gained. Bit of a wide swing, so he did make some noise there.
His positioning is known, but perhaps this indicates that FPX are going to want to try and take positions like this in future rounds. PRX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing
Dapat.
for their
Cus.
And he off
Dapat lagi.
angle. Well, Angel seemed ready for it, wanted to clear it through, a bit of spam into the corner, the right click Shao. Dodges the flash. Not finding any sort of quite value. Now down to 35 seconds in a round though.
Not too much time to work with.
Where's the Spike going to end up?
I think for
30
FPX,
seconds left.
it's all about the kills. It's about being able to remove weapons from the hands of PRX. But they're pushing into Jing's Bulldog. And that could be a scary prospect.
Smoke drop down there, that's trying to deny
Wih,
something.
dapat. Ayo,
Shots again
balik
rattled
Jing.
off on either side of the map down to the final few seconds. Looking like it could have potentially got dangerous, but
Aduh, nggak dapet, cok. Nice, Davai.
hopefully going to be happy with the damage that he did to their economy.
I think he'd be happy to die there, actually. Didn't want to save a Spectre and no armor into the next. That's going to allow him to get Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the PRX bonus. But now we get this question. Has PRX got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so, can they make it work? Bind Fracture, that was one of the failures. But they've drawn the final map level.
Conversion at a bonus. PRX be laughing all the way to the bank, wouldn't they? The fault line.
Wow. Stun, suck, comboed up to punish anybody that would be playing these passive positions.
Incredibly deep as well. Taking the space away from Shao. How much further back can you get? Essentially on the beachfront, but the spam, the spray down. The damage was found on the Forsaken, but eventually he does trade that kill.
So 4-4 right now, and FPX with less time to work with and more of the map to re-clear. These are the moments where PRX were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky. Somebody else on the other side of the map trying to make a play happen. And Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken. The two flash agents over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn. A closer hold. Devi wants to hold this down off the first read, I think, of any sort of utility, maybe even a footstep. And there's the contact play.
The miss.
Fault line comes through. The damage is certainly done. Devi watching the angles. Forsaken are. It's going to get cleaned up. Not able to get too much done to Getsu. Guardian. This guy's looking far too clean with it. And there's still enough time for him to try and get this plant down. The positioning is gained. Plant going to be stuck. Cage giving him just enough coverage. But a little bit of favor there. Mind Freak just has to zip away, but what a shot! Benkai to cross that place, just fantastic! And they win out the bonus.
I thought Sugetsu might be able to get the job done there. What a pillar for FPX. But PRX is so fast on these kind of decision-making moments. Divide grabbing a crucial one around the back.
30 seconds left.
But the final moment there is all about Benkai. He sends a prowler forwards, so the rest of FPX think that they're both coming from tunnel. And then Benkai wraps through elbows so quickly to get around and backstab the post planters. And now, for the first time in the series, PRX are thoroughly in control. Looking like they're going to edge out a 2-round lead here in the final map and force FPX to play catch-up.
Quick dodge there, the flash that comes down. This crossfire setup. Have to be cautious and watching of it. Hopping away, dangerous times. The dog though, seeing if they can supplement it, any sort of approach to take the fight for the choke point. And shuts it down easily enough. Bladestorm now being used by Artis. Feels like he needs to take matters into his own hands.
And we've already seen how nasty Sugetsu is with the Guardian. If Jing goes for some kind of info peek here, there is a potential to get punished. And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
It all comes down to the timing though. Does have an expiration date on it. If FPX end up just really playing the clock like they've been known to do. Could be brutal, but don't think he's too worried about it. Artis round the side though, Bladestorm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him.
Kan Rikonnya punya teman sendiri ya.
Okay as well. Pressured from almost every single avenue, and with the spike drop down, the Bladestorm still renewed. Artis, he might be able to do something with it, but not when Jing is still alive, still on the battlefield.
Dangerous times call for dangerous men. Jing has been a beast in this series so far, and it feels like whenever they need it most, he's able to just pop around a corner and hit a 3K. You see how much chaos PRX inject into these rounds too. Artis was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by all of the stuff that PRX throws in. This looks like a bit more of a pacey play from FPX. Looking to perhaps take some early mid control as the rest of PRX floods out of B.
All the way through. 2 stars being used to try and block it off, but look at the approach again. This is FPX. No way for the double doors. Artis already going to be gaining all this space right into the back of the site.
And how do PRX play the retakes with this composition? They have the dimensional drift to work with.
Oh, risk could be taken indeed, Artis now, with the door opening.
And here's Forsaken looking to gain information. He can ping out positions on the map for this targeted utility.
What a find! A flash to find it, but FPX 2 kills. Looking clean in this post plant. Reaffirming the crossfire setups that they've got, the thing that has carried them so far in this tournament.
Mindfreak dodges the flash actually.
Tries to make a play to spray down. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, still does the damage, but FPX
kelar-kelar itu sapernya.
win another round, an important one at that. Ensuring the PRX don't get that lead to run away with it.
Ngepik-ngepik.
They hit back. They hit hard. What a rare, fast round coming out from FPX. And what a sick play by Artis. Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the retake.
There's just no way you're favored there.
But also, what a switch up of tempo.
Yeah.
I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
That's why it ends up being so dangerous.
Here
so
comes
unexpected.
Jing.
But
Here
again,
comes Jing.
Yeah, speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play, lets the stun ball rip right around the side again, and he knows the position, and he knows Sugetsu is isolated, but Artis responds in kind. Holding down the staircase. Overdrive still in play. Tip-tap of his feet, just trying to run around the map, but the positioning, of course, is going to be known here, but he ends up slowing it down. Artis, great crosshair placement. Shot to the cranium, Jing is shut down.
Artis is saving the round for them at this point. Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
Real difference maker, hasn't he? Shao. Matching this angle, there's the kill. It's up in the air in terms of who might be able to be winning that one, but looks like Devi opting play back and save this one. Benkai obviously doesn't want to bring this stinger into the next round.
And he won't. He won't be given the choice either way. What a round for Artis to turn up. Getting 2 massively impactful kills. after the rest of his team had been barreled over.
Gila sengit banget 99.
You might have been fooled into believing that that was some kind of eco-crazy push coming out from PRX as Jing popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force.
Yeah.
PRX are now ceding control of the game as FPX tie the series up 9-9 with an economy advantage.
9. Got the guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. I think for FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles, the entire way, but it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic, they earn their spot here, but Devi bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome. Angel not looking to get aggressive on the Hall Slug. Mindfreak would be waiting for him. And FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, they seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still 1:10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area of the map. But if it's Angel that leads the way, there's 2 players ready to punish.
I've got your trail.
Seekers in the mid round. That's a bit of information. See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were.
It's all just a fake.
And a real hit starts to come down now onto B. A flash over the top for Taken. Wants to disrupt this one. Is the spike being planted? And now he's going to try and opt for this peak. Angle being watched. Sagetsu's covering his teammates back.
Palanya nggak ketembak, Cok.
A fraction away from being able to deny the plant and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the Rolling Thunder. That could have been everything.
Fight's still being taken though, and mid locked down by Angel.
Aduh.
Showing that they can't get away with any mischief. Devi and Benkai up against this one with the crossfire and the post plant setup. FPX more than favored.
Devi's just going to have to try and save this operator once again. And like we expected, FPX are going to try and take the lead here and hold on to it. Benkai making it a little more dangerous, a little more expensive. But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead, the first team to get to double digits in map 5.
How close are these teams, man?
They started 3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen.
Deg-degan anjir.
PRX forced to take a timeout
Cok.
as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them.
And you can feel it, Josh. The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think, forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long, all tournament long.
They certainly have. FPX have done such an incredible job so far, and this one round could tip the entire balance in their favor. PRX on the verge of being broken once more. 15 seconds left in their timeout to confer with Alex and try and find out what the game plan should be. PRX must win this round to keep their dreams alive.
So important. In the past, PRX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future for champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents.
They never have pressure on their shoulders. But when you're 1 map away, when you're 4 rounds away from lifting a trophy, maybe the dreams start to become a little more real. Maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real. FPX again moving the tempo up.
And you just don't expect this.
It was PRX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B.
Making sure that they watch for a lot of these common angles. The spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's a gate crash all the way back into their spawn. But Jing trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury. Popping off right now for Shao to see if he can shut this one down. The kill's still flooding through. A dash and a glide. But Angel again comes out on top. Forsaken, he is into the back of their spawn. The positioning is just so far away, and FPX, what a critical round to just slowly obtain this lead. Forsaken, what can you even do in this situation?
Trying to get the punish onto Angel, but at this point the round's already lost.
It's done.
Ya, 11-9,
The
cowok.
barest of silver linings being that he can take a Vandal into the next. But FPX are
Cowok.
one step closer.
Cowok.
And Josh, you mentioned it.
11-9,
was denied the chance to
cowok.
attend Reykjavik. We were watching from the sidelines despite them being one of the top seeds. This time around.
The best team in EMEA.
Main freak dapat aja itu satu. Duh.
As other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
But they've earned their spot here this time around. More than enough.
One of the oldest
11-9,
cores that we have
cowok.
in Valorant, formed in 2020, finally looking for that place to be seated on the throne. And it's another fast play. They're working. Why change it? Artis is in.
Mindfreak just trying to work his way around the corner, but he's spotted out. He saw to see if he can find the timing. The trade is there. So
Wait,
the other
wait.
extremities of the map, and the shot's still being found. Benkai, what a pick. Angel not going to be able to watch that one for much longer. The choke point has been compromised. Shao forced to reposition and move back now to Nightfall. PRX investing into this one. They know how important it is. But they need more on top of it. The Rolling Thunder, it scatters them. The utility Jing, what a timing! Moves to the side for Zip and again comes back around. An instantaneous trade. Half onto the fuse, they're sticking it all the way. Benkai, you're an absolute menace! But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 to buy. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers, and he will not get it off!
Shit.
What an enormous play to take FPX to map point, match point, tournament point.
One enemy remaining.
Down one.
And just phenomenal plays by Zipan. The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around. He's earned his team the final stepping stone.
And these adaptations
Please
have been
win,
awesome.
please
The
win,
fast
please
rounds have been
win.
excellently coordinated. And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control. FPX's fate's in their own hands here.
Thrown forwards. Good info, but it's going to be tagged up now. And look at this Hall's control. Artist has already made the moves. Up into it, the horn spots him out, spam down. That's a crossfire setup from the side on the wall. Artist really nowhere to run, but it's an instantaneous pivot once more.
PRX have read it. Mindfreak and Divide, ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find value. The Paulie hears it with the footsteps. An open
Menang
kill
ini,
going away
menang.
once more.
There's the pull, there's the fault line. PRX holding on.
But Shao, one step closer, Josh, one step closer.
That's got them through the choke point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken, performing under the pressure to get to
Oi.
it. Is the reset! Absolutely
Oi.
ridiculous! And what a play! 4 kills for the final blow!
And Sugetsu finishes off an insane lower bracket run
Nice try.
that began when he
Nice
was
try
allowed
for
to
Shaker, nice
play.
try Aaron, nice try Delphi,
The
nice
rest of the
try
team did their
Jing,
job
nice
getting
try
this man onto the
Benkai.
stage, into the playoffs, and Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne, and Angel could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so hard to get here.
And what a moment this is for them. Disbelief, you can feel it. Incredible scenes. And FPX, a team, the core of them, have been waiting for these opportunities to perform on a LAN environment time and time again. But this time they grasp it, Josh, and more. FPX being your Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
It is a brand new team put on the throne, a new master, merciless in their run throughout the lower bracket, slaughtering dreams left, right and center. Knocked out Japan, stopped PRX from making top 3, killed every other EMEA team gunning for that trophy. and have now taken down the People's Champions, the most fun team we had in the tournament. No fun allowed.
No fun allowed indeed. Shutting down every single storyline. Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Denying Optic from going to the back-to-back as well. And the streak continues. Every tournament, there must be a new winner in Valorant. But for these kind of people, I mean, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams have performed so well all up to this one. What a finale, what a way to end it. In our grand finals here in the exchange of the fist bumps. Respect being shown to the two competitors.
Incredible two teams delivering an incredible match. Easily the best grand finals that we've had at a Masters event. And one of the most worthy winners.
Their names being chanted, recorded in the annals of VCT history. They've made their mark now and look forward into champions.
GG bro, GG.
It couldn't have been done in much more of an EMEA style. I love the fact that PRX went out there.
Gak jadi botak guys.
But at the end of the day,
Gak jadi botak guys.
Pulling out a composition that was new to them in terms of Breeze, Artist on the Jet, Zipan playing Sky.
Sebenarnya bisa menang coy itu.
Moving over to some classic, informational Valorant. And that's how they get it done.
What a style, the preparation, paying dividends over and over again. And Sugetsu, just a ridiculous play towards the end. Look how much it means to them, man. Look how much it means to them.
That's FPX at their first international tournament.
GNT,
Imagine
bro.
if they've been able to go to ones previously and think about what they'll be able to do in the future. What a team to finally sit at the top of the pile.
Yeah, absolutely outlandish scenes. And now Golden Boy is down on the floor with our Masters 2 champions.
Last April, FPX had to sit back and watch Masters Reykjavik from the sidelines. Today, there are no more what-ifs. They overcame every single obstacle in their way, and every single piece fell right into place. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix!
Congrats FPX.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, FPX! An incredible run for this team. It started off in near tragedy, but here they stand today as your champions in Copenhagen. Can we get it one more time for FPX, ladies and gentlemen? And now, I have all of them here standing by. Congratulations, now we get to do this for real. Artist, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling fucking amazing, that's all I'm gonna say.
That's right, baby!
I want to say something. FPX! 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 Listen, we're taking over the world tonight.
They're taking over the world tonight, he says!
We found Copenhagen, we're going champions, and we're doing it again.
Doing it again, love it, man. Sugetsu, you had the final 2 kills. You weren't even here at the start of this tournament. How does it feel to just do it all?
To be honest, I have no words. I didn't even trust a few weeks ago that I will be here because of visa problems, you know. Also,
don't worry, they're saying Sue.
Yeah, Sue.
No booze, no booze. It's Sue.
Thank you, guys.
Get Sue.
But I also wanted to say thank you to Cider with Musket to help in our team. Also, they did too much.
That's right. Huge shout out to Cider. Zipan, my man, it used to be, you know, I just blown away every single time I see you play, and now you're here today, you're a champion. It must feel like you're on top of the world right now.
Muchas gracias para nosotros.
Love it. Angel, you and I stand on this stage, probably the oldest people here, but yet you are a champion, and I'm just some schmuck interviewing you.
I can describe what it means to me, and I want to say thank you to everyone who came here, and especially to a guy with Ukrainian flag.
There it is. There it is. Shao. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shao Show is in full effect. You are a madman. How do you do it? How do you continue to just clutch after clutch after clutch?
Guys, secret is like easy. I just wearing shorts in the grand final.
He wears
like
shorts.
short buff, guys, nothing else.
The key to success is to show them legs, baby. Show them legs. And finally, our coach, Doom Bros, your first LAN, and you are a coach of champions. How does it feel, brother?
Tired, but good.
Are you gonna take a good nap tonight?
I think I'm gonna sleep for maybe 1 month or something like this.
1 month slumber, baby, but don't sleep too long because you got champions to prepare for.
Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you Sliggy and Tarek for keeping me company after the matches.
And last thing, artists, I just want you to, just go ahead, have fun, play with the crowd, say something.
Listen.
Go for it.
No, listen. A big after party, okay? Message me on Twitter, please. There's a big one going on.
Okay, and artists is paying.
Drinks it on me.
Banyak ngomong
Artists is
aja.
paying the whole thing, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Fun Plus Phoenix. Let's go ahead, send it right back over to the desk to break down that incredible grand final.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy.
Ente guys. Duit gue hilang. Udahlah. Okay guys, thanks for watching, thanks for likes, thanks for coming. Thank you guys. Thank you untuk semuanya yang udah nonton gua. Thank you. And last but not least, let's play higher. Itu kan closingan Arab ya, kenapa gue ikutin ya? Kan gue bukan Arab. Oke. Terus ya, let's try untuk Jason, Aaron, Davai, Jing, Benkai, and Alex. Yeah. So you good? You are good. Ya. Sampai ketemu di champion. Dan ya, by the way, champion kan di bulan September ya. Di bulan September, dan gua akan official watch party karena gua udah kontak salah satu IO one up, and then semoga gue dapat kebagian slotnya biar official dan ada logonya di bawah gua gitu ya. Official watch party, anjay, VCT champion. Oke. Gua nggak jadi botak karena ya PRX nggak juara. Ya sebenarnya ada sedih dan senangnya ya gua nggak jadi botak. Sedihnya gua kehilangan poin. Enggak bercanda. Sedihnya ya Ya kenapa Benkei cosplay jadi cewek anjir? Gue nggak tahu cosplay apa gue. Ya sedihnya Asia gak jadi juara cok, jadi runner up cok. Oke. See you next stream. Mungkin gue akan streaming Valorant lagi, Apex lagi, atau Omel lagi or something, karena seminggu ke depan gue di rumah karena gue kerja di rumah, and then yang lainnya pada event 3 di Indonesia itu MLBB, Mobile Legend, cewek cowok. Terus gue di rumah untuk mantau untuk sosial media segala macam. Oke. Thanks for watching and bye bye. Yo. Love you guys.
Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Too many things going on, I can't keep track of them all. From people dropping a bomb to people putting up walls. I feel like life is on hold, perception stuck in a vault. I know that time can heal all, but how much time till we fall? It's awfully chilly outside when there's no shelter to hide. When everything is a lie, you'll find that out in some time. But when the things on your mind are all considered a crime, communication aside, we'll all just fight till we die. Is this an argument or just the start of it? Either way, I don't wanna be a part of it. Can I just get some space? I don't have the heart for this. I can't be picking up the pieces, fixing scars from this. Is this an argument or just the start of it? I wanna drive away so I can be so far from it. I wanna find a place where no one breaks their promises, or maybe drown myself in something that is bottomless. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. I know that things seem bad, but they could be much worse. There's always someone else who has a greater curse, a greater thirst, a hunger, pain, and mercy. Just find whatever you got and try to be thankful first. I wanna feel again, I need a couple friends. I never really understood just how the story ends, but I can feel it's tense, don't know the consequence. The volatility of life, my only confidence. Is this an argument or just the start of it? Either way, I don't wanna be a part of it. Can I just get some space? I don't have the heart for this. I can't be picking up the pieces, fixing scars from this. Is this an argument or just the start of it? I wanna drive away so I can be so far from it. I wanna find a place where no one breaks their promises, or maybe drown myself in something that is bottomless. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. This is not a Christmas song, this just a boy. Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am, but right in front of me was the answer. 'Cause on Christmas I feel joy, and I turn back to a boy. The answer is to stay young forever. This is not a Christmas, this is not a Christmas song, this is not a Christmas, this is not a Christmas song, this is not a Christmas, this is not a Christmas song, this is not a Christmas, this is not a Christmas song. Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. 'Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, taking shots at the enemy. I'm gonna make it to the top, leave a legacy. If I got something to say, you better let me speak. Turn it up a new degree, bitch, you ain't seen anything. I pop off with the new rock, electronic, blow the sonic roof up. I'm too honest when I take a few shots. They're too toxic, need to take the noose off. And you cannot save me, 'cause I don't need saving. It's everything I've been chasing, all here for the taking. Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots. You are not as tough as tracks and no slack, don't lose, learn your lesson yet. When I get to choose what I do, I'm like a weapon. I'm not sharp as many, but got heart, I'm ready to change. Scars to envy, to win large and plenty. I like to play fast, never change back. Calling out, I'll pay back, cause I'm great at that. Oh, you cannot save me, cause I don't need saving. It's everything I've been chasing, all here for the taking. Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough defeat. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who were half-nots. You were not as tough though. Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough defeat. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who were half-nots. You were not as tough as me. Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough defeat. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who were half-nots. You were not as tough as me. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing. So cold, behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'm a